Can everybody take their seats so I know if we have quorum or not? Please. This meeting is now resumed. Before we start, Mayor Chow, you have a point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Over the weekend, I had the pleasure of participating in the launch of a new cleaning blitz to protect, refresh, and maintain our public spaces, streets, and parks. And too often, we see bins that are overflowing, bumpy roads that need fixing, or we saw graffiti that needs cleaning up. And from now through to the fall, our new citywide initiative is going to clean up Toronto with blitz on several Saturdays. And remember, last Saturday was pretty hot, but they were out there. In addition to proactively daily patrol by city crews so they can identify and maintain areas in need of attention. It's a campaign that the city have launched called Keep Toronto Beautiful and Clean. It's a renewed promise to care for the parks, streets, and spaces we all share. From cleaning sidewalks to refreshing public spaces, our city is taking bold steps to make sure that Toronto stays vibrant, welcoming, and beautiful for everyone. The launch last Saturday was a big success with a fantastic turnout and an overwhelmingly positive response. In a little over 12 hours in pretty hot weather, the City of Toronto have achieved some remarkable results that show the power of coordinated efforts. 438 city staff was out cleaning and fixing up public spaces like streets, sidewalks, parks, and equipment and more. Removing 186 tons of garbage and debris from roads and sidewalks, 16 tons of litter, garbage, and debris from our parks. 200 square meters scrubbed clean of graffiti from public buildings, 80 sites inspected and cleaned up after Thursday night's windstorm. More than 700 kilometers of roads and 37 kilometers of sidewalk. They were also cleaned. This citywide initiative is about more than just cleaning up. It's about restoring pride in our public spaces, supporting mental well-being, making sure every neighborhood, especially those that have been historically underserved, receive the care and attention they deserve. So from June to October, city crews, 400 strong, will be out working in a coordinated effort on 6 Saturdays, performing targeted maintenance blitz across Toronto. These blitz, as you heard, will focus on high needs area. Let me make sure you remember what they are, and if you see the needs, let them know. Fixing the broken equipment in our parks, bike lanes, street bins, and elsewhere, removing graffiti, picking up litter and take away illegal dumping, and improve all our public spaces, tree maintenance, making our road safer, repaint the crosswalk, including our rainbow crosswalks ahead of Pride weekend. Of course, potholes, fixing trip hazards on our sidewalk, and they are using the data from 311, staff patrol, community feedbacks to make sure our efforts are equitable and responsive to where they're needed most. So, councillors, if you have any newsletter, e-news, let your constituents know so that if they see anything that they want fixed, this is the time to let you know and call into 311. Because clean and well-maintained spaces are essential to our quality of life. They make our streets safer, our parks more welcoming, and our communities stronger. And the momentum is very strong. And so far, people care deeply about the condition of their neighborhoods, and they cheer the city staff on when the city workers are in action. I want all of my colleagues to thank our city staff that came out on Saturday. They are all here, really working hard on a Saturday to keep the city clean. If we may, ask you to give all of them a big round of applause. Okay? Thank you so very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I guess to the mayor, will we be getting the councilor's notification on who we contact at city staff so we can put it in our regular newsletter? And sorry.
I believe they could just call 311. Pretty simple, straightforward. If you let your constituents know, just call into 311, and they're working very closely with 311 to get all the information. And since they're going out every Saturday, they will be continue to do blitz right through to October.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Speaker, I rise to let everyone know that next weekend, July 4th, 5th, and 6th, will be the 21st anniversary of the Great Taste of Lawrence Street Festival. That will be taking place in my ward. The area where the street festival will be located is between Warden Avenue and Birchmount on Lawrence. I want to make sure that everyone in this city comes out to enjoy the activities. We will have over 200 vendors, exceptional, did I say exceptional, Speaker? Exceptional international cuisine and food to taste and to enjoy. We will have a main stage that will feature some of the nation's best tribute bands as well as local talent. We will have a beer garden. There will also be a community stage featuring local performers, local dance studios, and so on. We'll also have the Stun Dog Show, and I will invite everyone to see that because this is a must-see show. We'll also have exotic car display. We'll have family entertainment and midway ride and amusement. And we will have our young member in the community, 11-year-old MC Ethan Williams, will be back again for his third year. And you've got to come and see him. This is a fantastic young man who is from the community, excellent young person. And Speaker, I will tell you one day, I'm sure he'll grow up to be a speaker just like you because he has all the skills and the features to calm things down. So again, I want to invite everyone to come to the Taste of Lawrence. It's the 21st anniversary. The community is waiting to welcome you to the community. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. And once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 31.7 review of the order paper. The mayor has timed her second key matter item EX 24.3 headed a vision and strategy for universal school Ford program in Toronto as the first item of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Deputy Mayor Malik. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. I have EX 24.12. It has a long name related to FIFA World Cup 2026, Toronto Community Benefits Plan Update, Social Procurement and Workforce Development Status, Community Activation Plan. And I have a book amendment that the clerks should have ready to go and prepared to release it.
Well, let's put the amendment on the screen first. Here is the amendment by Deputy Mayor Malik for item EX 24.12. Are there any questions on the amendment? Okay. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Mayor Chow.
22.5.
Which committee?
IE, Infrastructure and Environment. Let me see. Councillor Fletcher pulled that one.
Is this the
20 Vehicles
authorized?
in parks. How about, let me try 22.6 first.
Okay.
The Toronto Triathlon. And I have similar motion with IE 22.7. Fight for brain health. Those two items. May I have the, there it is. City Council direct the General Manager, Transportation is in front of you. Really, if there is outsized impact on traffic congestion, make sure that traffic congestion is minimized so that road closure in the adjacent construction, this is to ease traffic congestion.
So on IE 22.6, the mayor has an amendment on the screen. Okay, we'll put it back up. Okay, there it is on the screen. Questions? No? Is everyone okay with it?
Not on that.
Okay, can everybody see it? Everybody's okay? On the amendment, on favor? Okay, item is amended, recorded vote. What's
Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Councillor Sachs? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Bravo?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. And Councillor Perruzza?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 19-1.
A similar one for Right for Brain Health. This is the organization that try to defeat dementia, and they raised $5 million. Can I have the motion, please? Identical, really, dealing with the congestion.
amendment is on the screen by Mayor Chow. Can everyone see it? Well, we have a lot of councillors virtual today. I think we have quorum on the screen. Feels like the pandemic again. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Recorded vote for item is amended.
Counselor Matlow, please. Counselor Burnside, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Counselor Bravo?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. Counselor Perruzza?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 19-1.
Is that it? No? Okay.
20, the same committee, item 2, which is parking. I don't know whether there is okay, never mind. I will continue to keep an eye on that one. 22.5, I believe, is Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. All right. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just carry on with that one, and that is 22.5, authorized vehicles in city parks, review of operating procedures and policies, and I understand the mayor has a motion for that one before we release it.
We need to fix the grass when there's vehicle in our parks, try to minimize the vehicle in the parks, but if they have to, this is asking for a faster timeline to repair the damage caused by vehicles that have to operate in parks, including accountability measures to make sure that these timelines are met. So if the vehicles have to drive on the grass and end up ripping it out, then it needs to be fixed, and let's fix it quickly.
Yeah. I agree. Okay, so on the amendment by Mayor Chow, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. And Councillor Fletcher?
Yep, I have a couple of more. We'll today do, NC 18.1, appointment of public member to the Toronto Hydro Board. Releasing that.
Which one again? I'm sorry.
NC 18.1, corporate nominations, Speaker.
Okay, so those two items apparently were timed.
Oh, I'm sorry, they're timed, but they were timed yesterday.
Yeah, so we don't want to time it then.
No, obviously not. 'Cause I
Okay.
timed them.
Yeah.
But thank you for checking.
On favor of the two items that were timed yesterday, we're going to deal with it now. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. Sorry about that, Speaker. NC 18.1, appointment of public members to the Toronto Hydro Board. I will move those recommendations.
Okay. On favor, carried. Okay.
And then NC 18.2, appointment of public members to the Waterfront Toronto Board. I will move those recommendations.
On favor, carried.
And then I'd like to refer something back to Toronto and East York. And I'm sorry if I need to wait to prepare that motion. It's TE 23.29 Ontario Line construction update, second quarter.
Do you want to hold that until you
I am holding it already. But
Yeah.
I guess, yes, to prepare that referral motion, and then I'll quick release that before lunchtime. And there is a motion that's been pre-circulated on automatic vehicles, i.e. 22.1. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release two items. One is one of the deferred item, North York 23.28, Niza Road parking restrictions. I'd like to refer that back to North York Community Council.
Okay, so that's NY 2328.
Yes, there's an adjoining piece that's coming to Community Council. I'd like to keep the two
Okay,
policies together.
so you want to refer back,
Yes, the next schedule. We have to change the motion? Okay, I think the date's been inserted.
okay, there it is on the screen. By Councillor Pasternak, all in favor, carried.
The second one is NY 24.18, Garrett Boulevard, heavy truck prohibition. There is an amendment to go with this. Put the amendment on the screen and then vote on it.
Well, hold on, let me check to see if we have the amendment. You do? Okay. We can put, oh, there it is on the screen, amendment by Councillor Pasternak, NY 24.18. All in favor, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Hi, I'm just looking to address the timing of MM 31.17 and MM 31.18. We originally had it timed for yesterday, and I want to sure it's timed to come in after the mayor's key item. I understand that the mayor does have to be out of the chamber later for an intergov announcement, and for us to be able to deal with this with the timing that's requested.
What are you requesting?
To have this item go after the mayor's key item this morning.
After the mayor's key item this morning?
Yeah.
Timed item left,
There's one more timed item left after the mayor's.
so after that?
After that?
Yes, and what is the timed item, just to refresh for us?
DM 31.
DM 31.1 is also timed after the mayor's key item.
Okay, then I guess following that. Or can we,
Okay,
sorry.
hold on, please. Mayor Chow.
I have two events with the premier that I have to be at. One is a big announcement. Well, okay, there are two announcements. I shouldn't announce it right now because it's at around 1 o'clock. And then there's another one at 3 o'clock. It's a very significant announcement. So I would like to be here for the King Church conversation, which is the MM 31.17 and .18. So I thought, and this is the item that Councillor Bradford was also trying to get to, but it was too late last night.
Yeah.
So we'll deal with the food item, and then we'll go to that one immediately after, if that's okay.
So when do you
The food item will be, I don't think it will take very long, which is the second key item.
Yeah.
So I think Councillor, Deputy Mayor Malik is asking for, right after that item, that we would deal with 31.17 and 18.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
thank you for the clarification.
On favor, carried. We will now go to the mayor's, are there Are there any further changes to today's order paper? So we already made the time items, and so all those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, all in favor, carried. Members, I have reviewed some urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? Well, there are so many counselors online this morning, it's, they have to turn their cameras on. We need one more, so we don't have 18. All right. So let's go to the mayor's key item. Which is EX 24.3. We'll put the item on the screen. If we have any questions. Mr. Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. So the latest iteration of the nomenclature is a universal school food program. Hopefully I've got that right. I have to look at the screen. This program has gone through different names. Student nutrition, morning snack, I think I saw midday snack. Now it's a meal. Can somebody just give me a plain language explanation as to what the program is that's before us and where this is going with respect to whether it's a snack or it's a meal, whether it's 1 or 2 per day? Where is this all going? Because every time I look at it, it's something different.
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. School food programs is the term we use for broader school food programs around the world. So it's more of a broader term that kind of encompasses all school food programs. In Toronto, we specifically use the term student nutrition program. A student nutrition program in Toronto varies. Some student nutrition programs offer students a meal. A meal consists of 3 food groups, so a grain, a protein, a fruit or veg. A snack program is only 2 food groups, so a grain and a veg or a fruit. So in this city, we have variations in the program. We have programs where we do have meals, where children get 3 food groups a day, and we have programs where children get snacks, which is 2 food groups in the snack, sometimes in the morning or sometimes in the afternoon.
Okay, so this says a universal school food program. Where are we headed as a city? Is it a patchwork and a whole bunch of different programs, as you explained, or is this headed to one place?
Through the Speaker, City Council directed city staff to look at a vision and strategy for a universal morning meal program and a strategic roadmap to a universal lunch program. As part of the reports, we are headed to a universal morning meal program, which consists of 3 food groups, and city staff will be looking towards what a lunch program looks like over the next few years.
So the vision then is for every student in every school gets a meal in the morning, and it covers 3 food groups, I think you told me. Does it meet the caloric needs or the nutritional needs in lieu of eating breakfast at home?
Through the Speaker, if the student has not eaten their breakfast at home, yes, it would help the student learn better and focus more in school.
Okay, and so then it's headed towards a lunch program. And can you tell me what a lunch program is or looks like? And is it 3 food groups? And is it different level of calories? Is it a different level of nutrition? What does this mean?
Through the Speaker and as part of the report and as directed by Council, The path to a universal lunch program is long. There's a lot of analysis and models we need to look at to determine what is the best model for the city. So what a universal lunch program looks like will be determined over the next few years through city staff research, development, and analysis of different mileage and through pilot programs.
And the intent here is that the city is going to provide for all of this nutrition.
Through the speaker and as part of the report, we know we need to continuously be persistent with other levels of government. We have, through the report, asked and continue to ask, as Council and the Board of Health has asked for many years, since as early as 1998, asking for more money. So, what the funding model looks like and what that shakes up to be will be determined through normal budget processes.
So there's a mention in this report that some schools indicated a preference not to participate. What happens there?
So through the speaker and with our partners, as we work towards the universal model, we really have to work for the schools and with the schools to determine what they want. This isn't a one-size-fits-all model, and we can never force a school to do anything. We have very good, through the work we've done and building external steering committees and working closely with our school board partners, all our school board partners, we know we need to meet the schools where they're at. So as we get down the road, we will, deal with those on a one-on-one basis.
So finally, in here, there's a mention that it will follow a cool food pledge program. Does that mean that there'll be either an elimination or a reduction of things like meat?
So through the speaker, thank you for the question. The good news is that the Toronto Foundation for Student Success are our major partner that does most of the purchases in the program. We can arguably say that 90% of the foods they buy are vegetarian options. Most of them are fresh produce and grains. Only 10% of the food that they buy is, dairy products. So, the program is already kind of moving and follows a lot of the learnings and the policies of the Cool Food Pledge.
That was it. You're well over 5 minutes, Councillor Holloway.
Speaker, I asked specifically about meat. I didn't hear the answer.
So through the speaker, the student nutrition program currently doesn't serve any meat to children.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this item? Okay. Speakers. Mayor Chow.
Councillors, you know that the city has a whole lot of people that are struggling with the rising cost of groceries. They feel the pinch, especially on the grocery bills. You see the rise of people using food banks. You know that a third of them are children. So families need relief now. The city is stepping up and making investment in our kids and our communities. With the plan that is in front of you, and Councillor Holloway asked some very good questions to clarify precisely what we're talking about. We're talking about mid-morning, that every child would have a piece of fruit, some kind of grain, could be crackers or muffins or bread, toasted, whatever it might be, and the protein of whatever kind it might be. Sometimes it's a yogurt steak or cheese steak or that kind of thing. And already the City of Toronto is serving 250,000 meals. As of September this year, we will have 50 more schools. A lot of them, of course, are in your area. And I know we are going to have the kids are going to have a summer break soon, and you will see them back in school in September. In some of these schools, in 50 schools, there will be a new program, because right now it's missing. Most of them have it, but not all. And we will be able to serve 80,000 more kids. And what does that mean for the parents? It means that it saved them some hard cash. For a family of 4 with 2 kids, This program will mean that $880 per family is a cost saving. Now, in some of the schools, some of the parents would pay. So those that want to pay, great. Those that are able to pay, fine. Those that can't, they won't be. And this report outlines the vision beyond just feeding more kids. Is really an investment during times of economic uncertainty. And done right, they will make sure our city dollars will do double duty. It will support local farmers. They help local social enterprises, and they produce good jobs in our economy. The city has already started bulk purchasing, and it discovered that it can save about 34 or 40% of funds if they buy together. So some of you that are on the executive committee saw a big bag of apples. They are smaller than ordinary apples because it's fit for the kids. And if you buy them at the food terminal, it's a lot cheaper. And in the past, a while ago, because the apple is so small, they are being wasted. They're not sold in grocery store. Not only are we saving food that people can eat, kids will love them. It is saving quite a lot of money because of bulk purchasing. We are helping local farmers, as I said, and bringing the cost down. So the city investment is 45% producing additional fresh food to 50 schools with the highest need. Just yesterday, the city was named a finalist for the Bloomberg City Challenge. We're the only Canadian city that is a finalist. One of the 50 cities selected out of 600 that have applied. We are chosen because the Bloomberg's team are inspired by Toronto's work, not just because we are expanding food, but maximizing the public value of our program. I also want to report to you that a lot of the best chefs in the city of Toronto, Michelin star chefs, are very excited. They are connecting to local schools to make sure that the meals that are being established or being shared are of highest quality and the best taste, of course. We are continuing to work with other levels of government to make sure that the funding is sustainable and that it's cost shared by other levels of government. And we will continue to push the federal and the provincial government to do their part. And of course, the federal government already have a commitment of a 3-year national school food program across Canada. And we are echoing their work right here in the city. Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone have any questions.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions. No? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you to staff for this excellent report. It is a foundational step towards delivering on City Council's commitment to a universal school food program. As many of you know, school food leads to better health outcomes and better learning outcomes. There are short and long-term health benefits such as greater nutrition knowledge and healthier eating habits, reduced risk of chronic disease, and improved mental health. But perhaps most importantly, when we think about these young people, research indicates access to nutritious food at school helps students concentrate and boost their academic performance, truly setting them up for success. There are increased attendance and focus. Studies in New York City found that access to a free school meal increased average attendance by 1.8 days and reduced chronic absenteeism by 5.4%. There were improved test scores in math, science, and reading. And it means that students are more likely to graduate high school. This significantly increases chances of student success for later life and leads to a healthier society. Simply put, kids can't learn if they are hungry. In an evaluation of student nutrition programs at the Toronto District School Board, our largest school board home to 583 schools in this city, teachers and staff observed improvement in attendance and behavior and attitude, and a reduction in disciplinary problems. This is significant because we know that suspension rates lead to, the more suspensions that you have, it leads to a decrease in graduation rates.
You gonna get us some sandwiches there?
Councillor Perks, I just would ask that I be listened to. Thank you. The World Food Programme has estimated that every $1 in school food programming internationally yields between $3 to $10 in economic return, while studies in the US and UK suggest that every dollar invested in school food programs provides $2 to $6 in health, social, and economic benefits. In a time where things seem to be more expensive than ever, these programs can help to ease financial strain on families, saving almost $4,000 annually for 2 children. And we've heard a little bit from the mayor about the economic returns for our city as well. It's important to note that this rollout will still look at priority schools, taking into account the Learning Opportunities Index. So we are still making sure, while we're building a universal school food program, that we are reaching students who need it the most first. It's a tangible investment that we can make to set kids up for success. I also believe that providing, and certainly this is something that data shows, providing every student with a meal and the same meal removes stigma. This is really important. It also supports the local economy, as we've heard, by purchasing from local food providers. Currently, Toronto's student nutrition programs receive government funding for only 37% of total food costs on average, forcing programs to reduce service days, close early, or offer smaller programs. A universal student nutrition program is not something that the city can deliver alone. City funding has increased disproportionately in recent years, and we need the other levels of government to come to the table. Since December 2024, the city's base financial contribution to the student nutrition program has increased by $7 million. In Canada, Ontario has the second lowest provincial contribution to our school food programs at 9 cents a student. There has been so much advocacy done by school boards and by our city council. It needs to continue. This advocacy has been both at the provincial level and the federal level. We need to continue this work, and this motion, I believe, is important in doing just that. I hope that everyone will support this. This is truly what our students need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of this item, which is a bold and necessary step to ensuring that no child in Toronto starts their school day hungry. Earlier this month, I had the privilege of standing alongside Mayor Chow at the launch of the expanded Universal Meal Program at Divine Infant Catholic School right in Scarborough North. That day, I saw firsthand what this program means to families, not just as a source of food, but as a symbol that we care about our kids. In Ward 23, we now have 31 schools participating in student nutrition programming, and the impact is real. It's felt in classrooms where students are more focused, in homes where the burden on working families is lightened, and in communities that can feel seen and supported. But let me be clear. We still have 12 public schools in my ward without access to this vital support. That's why this motion matters. I want to thank City staff, Toronto Public Health, and our incredible community partners, including the Toronto Foundation for Student Success and the Angel Foundation for Learning, for bringing this vision forward with clarity and care. And I want to recognize that this is about more than food. It's about our values as a city. It's about recognizing that every child in every neighborhood deserves the same chance to succeed, regardless of income or postal code. Speaker, I also want to commend Mayor Chow for her bold leadership in working to build a city where no kid goes to school hungry. Having been with Mayor Chow at the announcement, it was incredibly moving to see the kids' faces light up as they got to meet and speak with the Mayor of Toronto and saw firsthand for themselves that their city cared about their health and well-being. But we can't do it alone. That's why I fully support the call for increased funding from the province of Ontario and the Government of Canada, as my colleague, Councillor Rachel Chernus-Lynn so eloquently stated. As a kid who relied on his breakfast program at St. Maria Goretti School, I know firsthand the difference these programs make in the lives of low and modest income families and children across the city. If we are serious about long-term outcomes about education, health, and equity, this is one of the most impactful investments that we can make. So let's get this right. Let's fund it, scale it, and sustain it, not just for today's student, but for every generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I just want to echo much of what has been shared by my colleagues, thanking staff for this report and all of the incredible work to bring us to this point. If we do this, what we set out to do, every school in our city will have a meal program by next September. This is one of the best things we can do for students in Toronto, for families, and for our communities to make sure that they have the critical nutrition that they need, that they can count on that to alleviate that stress from families, and to make sure that the youngest in our communities are able to learn and play and be kids. This is important to me as also a former school board trustee. I know how deeply this will transform lives. And many of the schools in my ward do already have a food program, and I see the impact on kids and families and their learning every single day. And I'm excited that more schools in my ward and across the city will benefit from this program. And I want to highlight another key part of this report, one that is looking at aligning food purchasing and exploring procurement for local food. In a time where we're talking so boldly about shopping locally and buying Canadian, investing in our own food systems, our local food and agricultural businesses is another key opportunity to make our local economy stronger and more resilient while we do good for our neighborhoods. And this is the kind of work we're all here for, I know, to make lives better for Torontonians. And I'm so proud that we as a city council can continue to move this forward. And as always, we invite other levels of government to join us to keep building on this momentum and success. Let's keep working together to strengthen this program, to expand it so that no young person, child, or teenager sits in class hungry, distracted from their learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. A surprise every day. I am floored by what I just heard from the mayor. And I got to go back and play the tape. There wasn't time. But I think I heard her say that parents would be asked to pay for this. And, you know, perhaps some parents who couldn't afford it wouldn't pay. I've got kids in school, and they're in the public school system, but parents always have to pay a little extra. There's always things, school trips, different events. In fact, they actually have a system online that you can pay online so the school doesn't have to handle the cash, because there's always these little transactions. And you know, we're lucky, we can pay that in our house, and you know, we're happy to, and make sure that the school functions well and kids have opportunities. But only in Toronto would we have a system that would ask parents then to pay for the meal. A lot of schools actually have meal programs that they organize through their parent councils that you can voluntarily opt into, and it's an interesting bit of peer pressure with that, right? Because kids see other kids having the meals, and they're not inexpensive. So, I mean, I don't know what they'll be asked to pay. It says here in the report that it's $1,290 to $1,890 annually per kid. Presumably it's some portion of that. But only in Toronto would you get a government meal program with a government rationed meal with a government menu and then turn around and ask someone to pay for that. I'll tell you who pays for it. The countless residents that are living paycheck to paycheck to pay for their taxes that go up. The residents that pay their rent, that taxes are baked into. The seniors that live month to month on a pension, some of whom barely have enough money to scrape a meal together. But their taxes are going to go towards paying for kids across the city to get a meal, whether they need it or not. Only in Toronto. So, I would love to see kids that truly go to school because there just isn't enough money in the house to eat, have a meal. Absolutely. I mean, who would not? But the problem with universal programs is they go and feed everybody, whether they need it or not, or whether they should have brought their own meal or should have eaten a meal. So we will have a generation of kids that will rely on others to feed them. Maybe that's the objective. It'd be interesting when they go to their first job on their first day and they sit down in the lunchroom and turn and ask where their meal is, having not been taught through their life to look after themselves and prepare a meal. So I can't support this, and I don't think that's a surprise. I've been critic of this program, but I really cannot believe what I just heard. And I look forward to playing the tape back and make sure I get clarity on that. But if I understood it that way, I think parents should know what's coming. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I just want to echo my thanks to staff and to the Mayor for her visionary and bold leadership on this Universal Student Nutrition Program. I am actually going today on the lunch hour back to my old high school to deliver a commencement speech. And I'm really excited to be going. It's a real full circle moment, but really to be able to highlight the tangible action and policy that this city government is driving to support all students and really to creating the conditions for success for all of the young people who are going to be future leaders of this great city of ours. We know inequality is a real thing. We know poverty continues to impact people in really real ways. And these are not choices that young people, make as they're navigating their early life. But I do think in a country as wealthy and as successful as Canada, and a city as large and thriving as Toronto, the very least that we can be doing is ensuring that the basic needs for our young people are being met. And as the champion for youth in the city, this is a really important initiative that I'm proud to support. I know through the very robust conversations with community partners and others delivering this type of service in our local schools, they have great sense of how to do it well, how to do it right, making sure there's equity at the heart of it, making sure that this is a true economic driver, both for jobs and volunteer opportunities within our school communities and local communities. But again, also, and most importantly, to support the needs of our students and the children in our city to be successful. I'm confident that our staff will continue to work with successful programs around the city to learn on how to do this right and to listen to colleagues like Councillor Holiday, who does have some, important points about what we should be mindful of and ensuring that this is delivered in an effective and efficient way. So I look forward to continuing to be part of these conversations and hopefully getting through this item to deliver the good news to the students that I'll be joining this afternoon. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. The idea that children will become complacent because they receive a meal has been said today, and I wanted to counter that by saying that Canada really stands out among the Organization for Economic Cooperation in the world, the OECD countries, as the only one that hasn't had this for decades. So if you do feel resentful that the City of Toronto has had to take leadership around this, as my colleague indicated, I would agree. I would love for the federal government to have done this decades ago. And sometimes I think what would have happened, generations of young people would have grown up healthier, with a base of support, that would have helped them to stay in school, have better outcomes all through elementary and secondary school. But in secondary school, this meal could make the difference between staying in, getting that high school diploma, or dropping out. The social and economic cost of those kinds of life choices for young people are incalculable. It means that you have way more chance of getting involved with all kinds of systems that are much more expensive. The health outcomes over the generations are also measurable. The studies have all been done. Healthier population. It's one of those things where you spend $1 now and you save tens of dollars later. Why we would not do that, I'm not sure. I think that right now what we need is to step up when we are in a crisis. We are in an affordability crisis. We know that more people are losing their housing, including families. Many families coming to the shelter system because they can't afford the rents. And many of those people are working. So this is a little extra help in a time when we want to preserve the fabric of this city and this society for the future. If we are intervening to do the kind of work that should be done at the national and provincial level, yes, 100%. But that's been true about so many things. So many innovations started here, helping people who have problems with their teeth and attending to them and treating them. So many innovations have started right here in this council chamber. And at this moment, we have, I think, a well understood and known crisis of mental health among children and youth. I would do anything in my power to resolve that, because we all pay now, next week, and 20 years from now and 50 years right now for what's happening to the generations that went through the pandemic and then were hit by the affordability crisis in their homes, in their households, seeing their parents struggling. I think that what we're saying to these young people who are in school right now is, we value you. We want you to come out of this with the best possible tools, most successfully, because we all depend on you for our collective future. To me, this is a way that I put another dollar in my own pocket as a property taxpayer. And again, and again, and again, as someone who pays provincial and federal tax as well. We will make this a successful program that will help to lift up family economies, and beyond that, local economies in the city. We have almost every month a conversation of the Inclusive Economic Development Working Table. And this comes up as a prime opportunity because all over the city, north of Etobicoke, North Scarborough, in the middle of the city, there are people that are distributing and delivering food. And maximizing the opportunity by collectively purchasing and saving a lot of money there, doing the farmer to city and connection that is incredibly important for our economic resilience and for our food security, and providing jobs and real opportunities to come into the workforce for the parents of the kids who are going to be participating in the program and need that help. This is an incredible workforce development opportunity to get people who are far from the labor market closer and closer and closer. And we have the benefit in the city of having really well-organized, powerful, and competent food producers and social enterprises that expend money, invest money back into this community. So for a tariff response and buy local, buy Canadian, it's a full circle of investing in ourselves as a city.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Many of my colleagues have spoken quite beautifully about the virtues of this program, and I thought, is this a new issue? Is this a new thing? And I realized, no, it's not. This has been a conversation that has been part of the English-speaking world for a long, long time. I want to share a passage with you. "Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe, "but I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's answer. "Look here." From the foldings of its robes it brought two children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet, clinging upon the outside of its garment. "Oh man, look here. Look down here," exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and a girl, yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostate too in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints, a stale, shriveled hand like that of old age had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked, and glaring out menacingly. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade through all the mysteries of wonderful creation has monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves rather than be party to a lie of such enormous magnitude. Spirit, are they yours? Scrooge could say no more. They are man's, said the Spirit, looking down upon them, and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is girl, this boy is ignorance, this girl is want. Beware them both and all of their degree, but most of all beware this boy. For on his brow I see written that which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it, cried the Spirit, stretching out his hand toward the city. Slander those who tell ye, admit it for the facetious purpose, and make it worse. Abide the end. Have they no refuge or resource, cried Scrooge. Are there no prisons, said the Spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. Are there no workhouses? The suggestion that we don't have an obligation to children is a suggestion, quite frankly, that leads to a social misery. It leads to a loss. It leads to ignorance and want. I congratulate the members of council who have been advocating for this. I congratulate the mayor, and I call on everyone in Toronto to understand our obligations to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the item, recorded.
Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 17-1.
Okay. Okay, so the next item is MM 3117 and MM 3118. Councillor Fletcher, is this T 2329?
Also, he could leave at that point. If I could do it, that'd be great for him.
Okay, so you're moving to defer?
Yes, to the July meeting. Refer it.
Okay.
Sending it back to community council.
Refer the item to Toronto and East York Community Council in July.
That's correct. Yes, thank you.
All right?
We're good?
Yeah.
Wait a second, wait. We're finishing this.
Is this not a quick item then, Councillor Bravo?
It is a quick item, yes. Just waiting to deal with that quick item.
No, I know, but Councillor Bravo wants to speak.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, well, let's vote on this then. Yeah. Yeah, on the referral for T 2329. On favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, Councillor Bravo, what is it that
I just also have a quick release to let staff go.
Pardon?
I also have a quick release to let staff go, if you'll entertain it now. It's HL 25.2, Downtown Homeless Addiction Recovery and Treatment Heart Hub.
Which committee?
Board of Health. And clerks have my amendment, and I've spoken to the Board of Health chair and to staff.
Just 1 sec, let them get organized
Thank you.
on the amendment.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
Okay, just give it a few seconds.
Terrific.
So it'll appear on the screen. Okay, there it is by Councillor Bravo. Okay, it's on the screen. On favor of the amendment, HL 25.2, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, thanks. All right, so we're going to go now to MM 3117 and MM 3118. We did agree to combine the two. So, questions to staff? Deputy Mayor Malik. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I'm just trying to get to the right screen here. Sorry, you can start my time. I'm just organizing myself in my notes. So I'm looking for some more information about what has been happening on King Street from staff. Can you please tell us a little bit more about what delays have been experienced by drivers on King Street?
Speaker, we do have a fair amount of information on what's been happening on King Street, in part and largely because we've had lots of streetcar reroutes to address the closure of King and Church Street. And I'm going to let Roger talk a little bit about the traffic patterns.
Yep, thank you. Through the Speaker. So we have noticed increases in terms of travel times, particularly on Queen Street. We've seen about a 25% increase in terms of travel times there. Travel times on Broadview have actually gone up as well, to anywhere between 10 to 22%. Likewise, we've seen increases on Adelaide Street, relatively nominal, but primarily during the afternoon peak, where we're seeing more of a significant increase there. And likewise, on Queen Street, rather Broadview, from Queen to Gerrard, we're seeing about a 10 to 22% increase in both directions, as we kind of expect as well, too, because of all the significant additional bus traffic on Broadview.
So can you share with me any data and evidence you have that supports moving the loading zones as proposed in MM 31.17?
Yeah, through the speaker. So based on the data and our investigation of the situation right now, we're seeing that essentially traffic is moving, for example, eastbound on King, and then because they have to make the diversions at Yonge Street, they're basically filling up on Adelaide and filling up on Front Street as well too. So from that point of view, this is why we're proposing a solution to alleviate pressure specifically on Adelaide, because Adelaide is essentially down to one lane with the parking and loading and unloading taking place on it. So essentially what we're looking to do is we've negotiated with the FDBIA to move the parking and loading onto King Street through the closed section. And with that, opening up an additional lane on Adelaide and taking that pressure off from traffic.
And what data and evidence do you have on, alleviating or I guess putting cars back on King without the transit priority corridor rules? I understand there are about 600 bus trips, emergency vehicles who are using King, as well as cars alongside the airport shuttle. It's not that King is unusable to vehicles, it's just, the rules of the transit corridor are still being enforced. And ultimately, my question is, what data and evidence do you have that putting cars with some of those transit priority corridor restrictions will make a difference?
Speaker, the Deputy Mayor, you described it pretty well. Their cars are allowed on King Street. Because of the transit priority corridor, as you know, they don't go all the way through, but they are allowed locally. And we are seeing, and our colleagues at TTC are here, they could talk a little bit more about the transit patterns, but there are about 600 buses a day that are using King Street as a relief route now to compensate for the closures at King and Church, providing about 25,000 people, transit riders on King Street. We also have about 25% of the trips that are going to Billy Bishop Airport from the Royal York on the shuttle. For the airport shuttle, use King Street now. The council approved that just, I believe, last year, and that is now a very reliable trip. We also have emergency services that use that corridor as well. So King Street, when we saw the challenges a couple of years ago on Adelaide that resulted in the big push for traffic agents where the timelines to travel on King Street went up to about 65 minutes from 19, we did see that there was a lot of sort of abuse of the rules and lots of drivers who were on there, and it slowed everything down, which is why staff have come up with a solution that will address the root cause, which is the curb lanes on Adelaide Street, to open those up so that we can have more through traffic on the network and still use King Street for the very important functions of transit, the shuttle to the airport, the emergency services, and also local traffic.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I think to the General Manager of Transportation, King Street transit priority corridor is pretty successful in moving people when we've got the 504 streetcar. How many people are riding the 504 streetcar on King Street when the transit priority corridor is in effect and we actually have streetcars on it?
Through the Speaker, currently there are about 24,000 riders on the replacement bus on the King Street corridor.
Not the question.
Oh, during normal.
I'm sorry. There's oftentimes I ask questions and staff give me different answers. The question is the streetcar. When the streetcar is running.
It's typically 60,000 per day.
Oh, 60,000. Okay. Are there any streetcars currently running on King Street between Spadina and Church?
No, they're just replacement buses.
Right. And so the replacement buses, you said, we're doing 25,000.
About over 24,000. Yes, Councillor.
Okay. And the streetcars do 60.
Yes.
Okay. How many streetcar lines in total have been diverted from King and Queen Streets onto Richmond and Adelaide in the core?
Through the Speaker, currently the 501, 503, 504, and 508 have been diverted to Richmond and Adelaide, so that is 4 streetcars. Typically on King, there'd be only 3.
Okay. And at peak times, how many streetcars per hour is that?
This is before the closure, just to clarify.
No, right now.
At peak times, is about 25 streetcars per hour.
Okay. I have 30, but point being 25. Okay. How many through lanes of traffic do we have on Adelaide and Richmond downtown? Let's say Adelaide and York, where you've got a protected bike lane on the left curb, you've got parking and stopping zones on the right. We have Jersey barriers that are eliminating a lane to protect left turns at the intersections. And then you've got one of the lanes used by streetcars. So how many through lanes of traffic do we have on Adelaide right now?
Yeah, through the Speaker, there's essentially 1 through lane during regular hours, and then it opens up to at least 2 during the peak hour.
So on what was formerly, one of the biggest east lane pipelines in downtown where you had 4 lanes, we're now living in a world where it is functionally 1 for a big section and opens up to 2.
Speaker, just to correct, I believe that even when Adelaide was fully open in the eastbound direction, it was 3 lanes of traffic and a bike lane. Is that your memory, Councillor? Yep. So now during the peak period, we have the curb lanes available to convert back to through traffic eastbound. The challenge is during the off-peak, so during the day, we have loading for some of the major buildings there, and that's why we have proposed to move that loading to King Street so that those lanes can then again be reopened during the day so that we can try to alleviate some of that through traffic congestion while this...
I understand what you're saying, but it's 3 lanes, 4 lanes before the bike lanes, but 3 lanes now it's down to 1. That's what we're looking at right now. So if, folks from my part of town, Beaches, East York, if they're making their way back east, how many options do they have between Front Street and Queen Street to do that? It's 2. The answer is 2. It's Front and Adelaide.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Lakeshore.
Right, okay, Lakeshore, people love driving on that.
And the Garden.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, and just to be fair to staff, we talked about this motion, and I understand you do not support this measure, is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay, and there's been other times when council's made a decision that was not in line with staff recommendations, is that also correct?
That's correct.
I could even reference 24/7 construction on the Gardner, that's not where staff originally started, is that correct?
I think it's a little bit more complicated. So I wouldn't say 100%. I would say what rolled out ultimately was council direction to accelerate 24/7 on the Gardner.
That wasn't your original recommendation though, and that's my point. And the final question, council passed a motion back in April for a congestion czar to be appointed. Does the City of Toronto have a congestion czar yet? And who is that?
I'll hand that one
That
over
was
to
your
the
last
Deputy City
question.
Manager Johnston.
Speaker, at this point in time, we do not have a congestion czar.
That's too bad. Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Moyes to ask questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can staff remind us why King and Church was closed in the first place?
Speaker, King and Church is under construction because the city's been working with the TTC to make sure that critical infrastructure is in place to support FIFA, especially the 504 streetcar. And we do that in coordination with water main work and other street paving work. And so we were very specific with TTC to understand what the major priority elements of the 504 line that needed to be revised this year in order to be ready for FIFA, and those were the King and Church intersection and Dufferin and King, which will take place later this year. So it is critical priority work. I'm happy to say it is well on schedule. In fact, we're running a little bit quicker. So we're going to start to see streetcars being returned to King Street as far east as Spadina from Bathurst by July 12th, and then we are looking to be completed on the project in August.
And prior to the closure of King and Church, who did you consult with?
On the project item, I'm going to pass that over to Jen Graham-Harkness from ECS.
Through the chair. So there was a number of conversations that were held with the business community surrounding the immediate intersection, consultation that took place as we were determining what our construction strategy was.
And the Res Association?
Yes.
And my office?
Yes.
Okay. Just a lot of conversations before this actually happened. At the last council meeting, if my memory recalls correctly, do we not delegate responsibility to staff to change anything that's needed if needed?
Speaker, we absolutely did for Adelaide Street. So I believe staff gave us the delegated authority to make any modifications we needed to on Adelaide Street. What we're asking for today is the permission to do the curb lane on King Street for the loading to support opening up Adelaide. So it's just that one other step that we believe we still need council's authority to do.
And also during this time, have you made adjustments in other places around the area just to help traffic move along? For example, Queen Street East?
Absolutely, Councillor. We've done a full traffic management plan. We've been able to deploy both traffic agents as well as the support from Toronto Police to help us with getting those streetcars through the intersection. We've made signal timing adjustments and a number of other modifications to help manage and parking removals as well.
Thank you. And again, you worked in conjunction with my office.
Yeah, and we've worked very collaboratively with your office.
I have to say I've been
Thank
very
you.
much involved in this
Yes,
project.
Absolutely.
And just for the record, why did you not recommend the closures of the changes to Queen Street, King Street as in your report?
Speaker, King Street is serving a very critical part of the traffic network right now, even during this issue. I mean, certainly its highest priority is about moving our streetcar transit ridership, but it also serves a number of other functions which it continues to serve through this construction, which is local traffic circulation, the Billy Bishop shuttle, which gets from Royal York down to the airport, and replacement buses for transit, which is significant, as well as a relief route for emergency services. So we believe that, and also this project will be done within about a month's time, a little bit over a month's time. And so these are really temporary impacts in order to facilitate this necessary construction, and then it will be back with streetcar traffic.
I have a little bit more time. So again, with the King Street corridors, my understanding is you've changed the lighting signal, and if people go through, that may actually a ticket may be issued. So and again, in a very short timeline, are you able to make all these changes that are needed so that cars can go through?
Yeah, through the speaker, it'll take roughly about 2.5 weeks to make the changes. Bagging of heads, bagging of signs, but the more complex element comes with the actual traffic signal controller cabinets that have to undergo a significant modification during that time period. And likewise, once we reopen King, or rather convert back to the original operation on King, it'll take another 2.5 weeks to basically reinstate those restrictions as well too. And all of that with the, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and Councillor, one of the reasons that Council gave us the authority to do those changes to the signals so that we could help to more consistently manage all of the flow of traffic and streetcars on King Street, and that we wouldn't need quite as many traffic agents, so that we could put them in other locations and help with other pinch points downtown. And so those traffic signal modifications have gone a very long way to help drivers understand how to travel on King Street without having to refer to signage, as well as give the streetcars the ability to get through those intersections much more quickly. So they're a really critical piece of the puzzle. And again, we are talking about a short-term impact for construction downtown, not a long-term change.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Brown. You had mentioned that there were signs that needed to be bagged. I guess that's, you put the plastic bag, the no left turn sign or the no straight through sign. How many are there?
Thank you.
Yeah, through the speaker, in our assessment, it's actually a pretty significant number of signs that have to be sort of bagged. That being said, that's not the predominating factor in terms of how long it would take. Those can be done within a few days.
If I met you tonight with a bucket truck, like you bring a bucket truck and I go up, could I work through the night and do it? I'd be happy to, honestly.
Yeah, through the speaker. So again, the effort, the 2.5 weeks worth of effort is really with respect to the electronics modifications at the controller level that need to take place.
Tell me more.
So physically, the cards within the system have to be swapped out. The signal timing has to be redesigned and then reprogrammed into the controller. There's a number of steps that need to take place with the control at the computer controller level.
No, but I mean, the signals may not be optimized, but would they still work? What doesn't work?
Through the speaker, actually, the signals with the bagged heads being covered would actually be sort of erroneous and could potentially cause confusion for motorists.
Well, no, but explain to me, like, what is the problem? The lights, the timing of the lights get changed, but what's the problem with the timing of the lights? Even if it's not optimal, if cars can still proceed through, it's better than nothing, is it not?
Through the speaking, it was more than just a retiming of the lights. We actually added additional signal heads, and we changed the operational fundamentally so that there's a green arrow that could only go through. The bike heads come up at a certain time. We basically staged the design and the electronics within the controller to ensure that we're minimizing conflicts between different road users at the intersections.
So you're telling me if we just removed the turn prohibitions and covered the signs, could I not still successfully drive my car along King Street straight through?
Through the speaker, no. That would lead to the operation of the signal would lead to driver confusion. We would have to make the modifications of the controller in parallel.
And so if you worked through the night and worked really hard, could you not do this faster?
The bagging of the signs and bagging of the heads, yes, but the redesign of the signal and the controller components, some of the components that are required do have a bit of a lead time as well too, a few days, so.
No, I know, but if this is a council priority, could you not work through the night and get it done? It's timing of lights.
Through the speaker, I mean, we might be able to shave off half a week from that timeline, but my staff are pretty confident that with the work effort involved, it would take about 2.5 to 2 weeks kind of thing, at best.
And how many points are there that are grievous faults that this could not work?
How many points? Through the speaker, so there's 11 signals in total, and I think we're looking at the section from Spadina to Yonge where there was about 4 in particular. So
there's 4 signals that have a grievous fault right now that would not allow me to drive through. And it would take you 2 weeks to adjust those? 4 signals.
Again, through the speaker, because of the modifications and the electronics that need to be modified and the components that need to be swapped out, yes, there's a lead time, there's a physical amount of time it takes to implement that.
So the timing card, so that somebody has to adjust the program, there's some mathematics and engineering work, and then they go and they put the control card into the light.
Through the speaker, essentially yes, and also a bit of minor rewiring as well too.
Can I help? Like, seriously, can I drive them over, walk them over, plug them in?
Yeah, through the speaker, it's a certified electrician is actually required to do that work.
I was going to ask if you were a certified electrician, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So we're having issues again today. So if you want to put your name on the list, if you can please come up to me or the clerk or put your hand up and we'll add you onto the list. So Councillor Fletcher, you want to be put on the list? Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Perks, your name is there. Anybody else that wants to put their name on? Now, people that are virtual, no, this is to ask questions. Anybody that's virtual that wants to ask questions? Well, I don't see any names. So, Councillor Perks, you're up next to ask questions.
Thank you. We considered this or related issue in April, and I'm just going through the council decision there. There was a direction to report back, I think it's to the next meeting. Could you tell me a little bit about what it is you're reporting on?
Speaker, the Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure Services will be coming back with a recommendation on a scope for a congestion lead. And that will be coming back in July.
And that was from a motion when we debated, that was Councillor Bradford's motion, right?
Yes, I think it ultimately came through as a motion. I think it was a motion from the mayor, actually.
No, it was an amendment to the mayor's motion.
Yeah, it was right.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have
Okay,
it in
yeah, I
front of
just
you.
wanted to clarify that Councillor Bradford had asked this come to the next meeting. Okay, thank you.
It is, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I like visiting when you visit, so I'll just do that.
Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, I just wanted to be clear that there'll be a report of some kind on, I hate calling it the traffic czar, the traffic commissioner, the new congestion position, that it was, council directed you to report to July.
Correct, Councillor.
So that's coming up to council, executive, or I&E?
The report is coming from the Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure Services to the Infrastructure Committee, and that
Okay.
will be in July. I believe it's the 11th. I think it's the 11th.
I think it's the 10th, but that's okay.
I believe you.
I'm going to be there on the 10th.
I will.
Okay.
I will be there as well. I'll
All
check
right,
my calendar.
great. So just to be clear, that is actually a council direction, and we were directed to do that by one of the councillors to do that.
Correct. And
Okay.
the Deputy City Manager indicated that position isn't currently in place, which is true, but the report is due in July,
So
and
you're
it's
letting us
coming.
know how you're doing that
Correct.
and what, et cetera. So
Correct.
time for questions is then, and there's no reason why we would not have, how we could have that in place. We'll know what's going on the 10th.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then there's considerable diversion. The other thing is, this was an item that was at Toronto and East York Community Council. It started in February. It went to council in March because there are significant TTC diversions, change to buses, routes and everything else. And I see the TTC is here, so that, I just wonder how long that was in the planning to make all those changes. From the TTC, I'm sure they're listening, sitting here. Yes, thank you. That's a question for you. I'd like my time held.
Yeah, I was going to say, Speaker, that the planning for the King and Church intersection closure actually started at some point last year when we were doing
Correct.
the coordinated planning, and now I'll hand it over to TCC.
So sometime last year then, so 2024 came to I know that because I was involved, 2025 February, came to City Council in March, and City Council then sent it back to Community Council or deferred it for one round to April. So we dealt with this in a wholesome way or fulsome way, April 23rd, 24th City Council.
Correct.
If there, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but if you had gotten direction at that point to say, look, that section is probably not going to have much going on there because we're not able to replace all the travelers by buses, and this section could be open during this period, that would have been a significant lead time to be able to make some of the changes that Mr. Brown is saying. A little hard to do that because by the time we get them done now, we'd have to change it back again.
I think that's fair, Councillor. I think for the duration of this construction closure and all the other mitigation measures, we probably still would have tried to navigate them without opening up
Yes,
King Street
but-
through. Yes, but I
I
agree.
understand, but
we would
had
have
we
had more lead
directed you
time.
at that point,
Yep, we would have had
your
more
lead time would have been, okay, mid-May, so that would have been a 3 months.
Correct.
Right now, we're looking at a very truncated period, but so kind of by the time Councillor Holliday gets his journey person's papers, gets the electrical sorted out,
Yep.
that
Does
would
his
time for
apprenticeship.
him to go back and take the signs down.
Correct.
Probably people are just simply using that a little bit anyway right now. I would probably suggest that it's not as perfect as it might normally be with all the streetcars on it, correct?
I'd suspect.
So if we'd had the proper lead time in April, and council had said do X, you might not have liked it, but it would have been easier for you to do.
Yeah, and I think we would have been able to bring sort of a more fulsome plan together around that as well. So we
Rather
would have-
quickly, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there are, I was there the other day, there's 6 buses going west, a couple of buses going east, so, and then they turn on Yonge Street. whether or not there's just a lot of congestion because buses actually take up more space than one long streetcar as far as traffic is concerned, right?
Correct, and the replacement is, I believe, 3-to-1. Yes.
It's a 3-to-1 replacement. And then when you go across King Street, because King Street's actually completely closed, as well as Queen Street. So you gave me numbers the other day, 14,000 cars a day were traveling through Queen and Yonge, and those have been displaced somewhere else, correct?
Correct.
And they went on King Street, but now, let's not fool around. Just get it done quickly, get back to normal on King Street as quickly as possible.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to ask a question? And counselors that are virtual, please turn on your video, please. What? You want to ask a question? Pardon? Yeah, I know, but I'm just looking to see if we have quorum in here. There's nobody in the council chambers. And people that are virtual are not even turning on their videos. Well, this is crazy. This is not the way we should be running council meetings. People are obligated to be here and they should be here.
Madam Speaker, why don't you...
Speakers, Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I didn't know I was on to speak.
Your name's there.
I was putting it on for questions, but I'll speak. Yep. First thing I want to say is I wish that we had been able to look at this in April or in February, because this was at Community Council, and I forget, there's 8 or 9 members, could have asked and said, well, how can we jig the King Street, because we're not going to have streetcars on that section between Spadina and basically Yonge. Unfortunately, nobody thought of that at the time. Wasn't added in March, nor was it added when we determined that finally in April here at City Council. So I think it's fair for our staff to say, and they can't say that to councillors because they're very professional, that you kind of missed your moment. When we're thinking about these kinds of things, and we have the ability at Community Council to really look at everything, that would have been a great time to have added in some of these other measures, because it's not as if congestion just started yesterday or we've just discovered it. So it's an ongoing fact. The King Street transit corridor, we have spent a lot of time getting people moving on that very quickly. There is some pain with the Queen Street closure, 14,000 cars. That's not our closure. That's the provincial government closing that very important intersection for 5 years. 5 years, 14,000 cars a day. I haven't done the math. I could, but let's just say hundreds of thousands of vehicles that are diverted into other city streets. A real congestion creator. But that's a different matter than what we have in front of us now. I think it's a very good idea, looking here and saying, well, look, can we just rejig this for a little while? It might work. Yes, it might work, and I do think it was a great idea to work had we done that and baked that in from the beginning. But now we're hearing, got to go up, do the timing, get the electricians, get this, get that, go out on the street, get that all going. By the time that's all done, very little time left. I really believe that with this conversation, there's probably people that are going on that street. They're probably driving on that street, and I don't see many police out on that street. So let's just say it's kind of a casual situation that's been created without all of the streetcars. But there are quite a few buses there. There's buses, a lot of them, between Spadina and Yonge, And then there's a lot of them that have to go east. Because when we had the discussion about what's going to happen, all those people that normally pick up the streetcar between Church and River, they're now on buses there. They're all on buses going up Broadview. We've made changes, no turn at Broadview and Queen. I can't tell you, councillors, how much time we've spent on the mitigation around this closure at Queen and Broadview. And I see Mark is nodding his head because we did site visits, we did this, we did that. What can we do to not have a nightmare here and all the traffic that may not go up Queen, they may go on Councillor Moises' ward, up River, what are we going to do? So I can't tell you, and I'll just say to all the councillors that have these ideas, we've spent an inordinate amount of time fine-tuning this already, starting before February. So I appreciate Councillor Bradford trying to problem solve this. I would say the time to have initiated that was at the February meeting. So by April, all of these changes, if we were going to make them, could be in place. And I don't think it's fair to simply put all of this on staff, that they didn't do it or the mayor didn't do it, when actually we all had that ability in community council and at council to advance these ideas then. And if we didn't do it then, just say, oops, next time, if I want to think big, I'm going to think big when it's right in front of me and I'm going to have my hands all over it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. Like all of you, I hear from Torontonians every single day who are at their wits' end trying to get around the city. Anyone who's tried to come back to the downtown core over the past couple of years knows that despite office occupancy actually being down, traffic and congestion is worse. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. But in part, people don't necessarily feel safe or comfortable riding the TTC. Sometimes it's less reliable than it ought to be. So folks that made a transition into their vehicles over the pandemic are still in them. And whether you're taking transit or driving a car, it's gotten harder to get around the downtown core. And I think it's incumbent on us to hear those concerns and look for any sort of creative solution that can make the problem a little bit less bad. And, whether that could have been done months ago, whether that could be done today with council's assistance support, it doesn't really matter. We need to work together to move good ideas forward. We need to work together to fix the city that is broken. And if it's a small change, like some bags over a sign, unlocking additional capacity that is sitting there dormant, like that's not rocket science, that's common sense. And we should do that. So I don't really care where the good ideas come from. We have two solutions that are on the table right now. The motion from the mayor to realign loading zones. I guess Councillor Fletcher's comments stand that could have been done back in February, but I don't really care. I'm happy to support the mayor on that effort because I think it will help. And I also think my motion to reopen this segment of King Street will also help. And I don't see any reason why folks in the council chamber, online, this local government can't support that. King and Church has been closed for nearly 3 weeks. It's important work. I commend the city on doing that work, and it's a big infrastructure undertaking. But since that closure started, downtown traffic has gotten worse. You can't deny that. The evidence is obvious. I hear people talking about, I want to see the evidence, I want to see the data. Take a walk or a drive down Richmond or Adelaide. That's all the data that this council needs. There's 4 busy streetcar lines moving more than 25 streetcars per hour that have been diverted onto Richmond and Adelaide. These are streets, as Councillor Fletcher pointed out, that are already under pressure from the Ontario line construction, lane closures, and everyday traffic. Richmond and Adelaide used to be the best east-west pipelines to our city core. Now they're really the only option, as we heard from staff. Those are roads that used to be 4 lanes, then they went down to 3 lanes, and now they're essentially down to a single lane. Meanwhile, you have King Street, the transit priority corridor, that is sitting underused. Yes, there's some buses using it, but it's literally a fraction of the transit ridership that used to be on there when it was streetcars, and there's still capacity. Leaving it untouched doesn't make any sense. And like, this, I'll show you this. That's King Street. That is King Street, Monday night, 6:30, looking towards John at King and Simcoe. It's empty. Like, it's empty. There's nothing going on there. So I think opening it up to provide a little bit of relief. This is not inducing additional demand. This is the demand that is already there on Richmond and Adelaide. We're providing a little bit of relief for those folks that are trying to get back to the office or to the job site or home to their families. Because right now, the transit priority corridor on King Street is transit priority in name only. We don't have any streetcars on it. So this is the type of common sense stuff that has gotten a lot of support from organizations like the Toronto Region Board of Trade, the association that represents commercial real estate, that's NAOP, and business leaders in the downtown. And, just from talking to people on the street, this is stuff that makes sense for them. And they would like us to move forward with it. Yes, it would have been better to make this change before the construction, sort of like doing 24/7 construction on the Gardner from the moment we said go. But it's never too late to do the right thing. Now, before I wrap up, I want to clarify Councillor Perk's questions with respect to the Congestion Relief Commissioner, or what the mayor calls the congestion czar. I did include a report back in July because the mayor's original motion did not include a report back date at all. And we all know what happens when there's no accountability or deadlines, nothing. But there was no motion that prevented staff or the mayor from appointing this position faster. And in fact, I actually moved a motion to have this sit with the mayor directly rather than delegating it to staff.
Councillor Bradford, your time is up.
It's that important to get people moving. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, councillors. Well, in the past, when we did not coordinate, motions, yes. I'm going to do both 17 and 18 together. There are 3 motions, okay? And I will talk about them shortly. Previously, when the constructions are not coordinated, we will go and fix the water main, repave it, and then maybe 6 months later, TDC will come in and fix the tracks, lay down new tracks. Well, now constructions are coordinated. So at King and Church in that area, water main, pipes are old, needs to be renewed, and tracks needs to be renewed. So they're doing it together. So it's a pretty big project. What caused congestions and what are the solutions? Well, it's construction, and because the city is growing, we have a lot of construction happening. We also have old infrastructure. There's more construction. And Ontario Line is being built. Of course, that's also construction. Okay? How do we ease congestion when we have this kind of construction? Well, the motions in front of you is to temporarily move the docking zones on King Street and move it around so that it is in side street. No brainer, should be done. So that's the motion on the 18, MM 1318, to move those the areas where the trucks are docking and then they end up blocking a whole lane of traffic, move it to the side street, okay? The second one is, we know having paid duty officer or traffic agents at intersections really can get the traffic moving a lot faster. It prevents cars from blocking the box. It prevents illegal stopping. And what we can do is to deploy paid duty officer at 7 intersections, and there will be 1 paid duty officer in each of the location per shift. It means 56 hours per day. They will be paid duty officer directing traffic. That should also assist. And there will be traffic agent, because we don't have any more. They are being trained. A new group of them will be graduated. The traffic agent will start on August 1st. So between now and August 1st, we will have paid duty officer. And then from August 1st to August 8th, which is the time when the construction will be done, there will be traffic agent, okay? So that is recommendation number 1 in item 17, to deploy additional paid duty officer at 7 locations in the King Church worksite, right? Recommendation 3 that is in front of you is amending Councillor Bradford's motion. Councillor Bradford has a fairly good solution to say that if there's no streetcar on the streetcar right-of-way, why not open it? Well, let's do that from Church to Yonge. But from Yonge to Spadina, we have buses. There are a lot of them. Each day, there are 26,000 riders on this bus. And the streetcar used to carry 60,000 riders per day. Some of the streetcar now in King Street have been diverted to Adelaide and Richmond, so they're not on King. Okay, but the bus are on King, and we need to protect the bus right of way. For me, having the 24,000 riders, they should take priority over to have the road so that these riders would move much faster and not get stuck. So I'm moving an amendment that said that really when streetcars and buses are not currently in place, which means that it incorporate the concept that Councillor Bradford has, that we would reopen areas where there is no bus, but where there are buses running, then we should still give them the right of way in this coming month and a half.
Okay. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Yes, thank you. I wondered, Mayor, could you just repeat the segment of the corridor that you think has buses on it?
My understanding, now, the closure is it's on King Street, Church and Yonge.
Mm-hmm.
We should open it up for traffic.
Okay.
Okay? Because there's no bus on it. Whereas from Yonge to Spadina, there are replacement shuttle bus in replacing the streetcar. The streetcar, as I said, is 60,000 people per day. The bus, right, before the diversion, they're now, the numbers are smaller. They're being diverted to Adelaide and Richmond, depends on which direction. And from Yonge to Spadina, you have 24,000 riders per day on buses.
So that it's very intentional to reduce the scope. And Mayor, did you follow the debate on the King Street pilot and the emphasis on the explanation that streetcars get stuck behind left-turning vehicles? The streetcars can't change lanes.
Right.
So would you appreciate that streetcars and buses do not suffer equal delay along King Street?
That's true.
So why neutralize a very important segment that is otherwise inhibiting traffic flow if buses and streetcars are not equal and those buses can still move along King Street along with everybody else?
I thought that bus should have a right-of-way because it carries a lot more people than a single occupant vehicle.
Okay, so you're just going to make it a bus priority corridor then?
Yes, because
I
it
see.
used to be a traffic corridor anyway for a transit corridor.
Right, because streetcars can't change lanes. And so buses that can change lanes don't have the equal amount of delay.
That is true. However, our Transform TO project that we are right now considering are looking at busway. One example is a concrete example. When the Scarborough RT derailed, we have to use bus. And in those corridors, bus now have the transit right-of-way because, yes, they can move along, but they are, we did the same thing on Spadina Avenue when we are reconstructing the streetcar tracks on Spadina. It was a difficult period, but we got through it.
Like Bathurst as well.
Yep. Well, Bathurst was never, there was never a corridor at this point. Spadina has always been, the streetcar had its own right-of-way.
And you think they can implement this after all the things we heard? They can go ahead and implement this. So there's a lot of pushback, right? You know, it's going to take a long time. It's going to be hard. So you're going to do part of the corridor, but not all of it.
There's no reason why they can't allow cars, you know, they don't necessarily turning between the church. They assure me that they can do it.
That block. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions? Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, you got me? Okay.
Questions.
Thanks. Through to you, Madam Speaker, to Madam Mayor. Just to understand your amendment to my motion, if it passes, what intersections would drivers be allowed to drive through on King Street that they can currently not drive through?
Church.
No,
Church
church is
Young,
closed.
that's right.
It's not church.
No, on Young. Yep. Young.
Sorry, can you respond?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, you didn't hear it. Young and King.
Okay, because drivers are already allowed to drive along King between Young and Church, are they not?
I don't believe. Oh. I'm hearing no. I'm hearing yes.
But I'm asking you.
I don't believe they are, but they.
Staff are nodding.
I did it the other day and it was illegal.
Yeah, so I'm not
Councillor
asking
Fletcher
Councillor
claims that she tried and it was told it was illegal.
Staff are nodding that they are allowed to do that already. So I'm hearing from Councillor Fletcher. I'm asking you, did you look into this before you moved this amendment to no?
Well, I was told that getting rid of the docking will do and
That's not
really
the question.
situate.
Sorry.
I haven't finished answering your question.
Councillor Bradford, please let the mayor answer.
What intersections would drivers be allowed to drive through on King Street that they are currently not? Church is closed, and drivers are already allowed to drive along King between Young. So wouldn't your amendment effectively have the same outcome as just defeating my motion?
Not necessarily. It's Victoria. I believe. Let me think. Between Young and Church, I think Victoria would be one of the streets, for example.
Yeah. Get up to Adelaide.
Now, let me just open up my Google map.
Yeah. I sent you a text message with the photo of King Street with no vehicles on
I
it as well.
see that, yes, I see
Yeah,
that.
just
Okay,
'cause I
hold
wasn't
on,
sure if
hold
you
on,
would be
hold
able to
on.
see it.
There's a point of order here. Counselor Fletcher.
Yes,
Pause my
Victoria
time, please.
is the pathway once you cross over, because that intersection's closed. And I did go on it the other day, and there was a sign that said, don't go there, but I tested it out.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, I'm open to any kind of mitigating effort to ease congestion. And I just want to make sure that our transportation team also would be consulted. And this is their suggestion, that it would still allow people that take public transit. It will still maintain the priority, because they've always had it, that they wouldn't feel that they are left behind.
Can I ask you this, Madam Mayor? Because they haven't always had it. It was designated a transit priority corridor for streetcars, but now there's no streetcars running on it. So your motion effectively, some people describe this sort of stuff as a poison pill, where it looks like it's helpful, but it actually undermines and effectively neutralizes or defeats the motion. Because as I read this, it doesn't actually open up anything for anybody when you add the word buses, because there are buses running along there. Now, we know they're carrying a fraction of the capacity.
Councillor
of the
Bradford, please
streetcars.
ask the question, please.
So I guess that, we're both sympathetic to streetcar riders on the 4 routes that are diverted onto Richmond and Adelaide. We know that there's 24,000 riders on buses.
Yep.
Do you think there are more or fewer transit riders using those 4 streetcar lines on Richmond and Adelaide right now?
Fewer. I'm sure it's fewer than 60,000 what they had.
No, sorry. Let me help clarify. Do you think there's more transit riders on King Street right now, or on the 4 streetcar lines that have been diverted onto Richmond and Adelaide?
It
I would say
depends.
4
It
is greater
depends
than
on which
1.
section of King Street you're talking about, because the entire section is from Church to Spadina is a fairly long ride. It
let me give
depends
you a
on whether
specific
you're
section.
talking from.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, please allow the mayor to answer the question. You
Between
keep
University and
interrupting.
Yonge.
But
Please, and this is your last question.
may I?
Yeah, just answer that question. That's his last question.
Thank you. I've witnessed on Bloor Street, because right now, every Saturday, the TDC has to close line 2 in order to do reconstruction and fix any number of things that needs fixing on line 2. And I've witnessed the chaos on that stretch on Bloor, when there were cars and the buses, the shuttle buses that goes on Bloor in order to move people along. The long lineup and the buses, it is total chaos. And then on top of it, people feel frustrated, so they try to jump on Uber.
Okay.
So you have people trying to get on Uber, illegally stopping, and the bus, and the streetcars, and there's parking, and there's loading. It's not working very well. So in places where we could provide transit priority for bus, I think they should be given a priority. But if it doesn't work, I am open to suggestions so that we could ease congestion in that area.
Well, that was certainly very interesting. Thanks, Madam
Councillor
Speaker.
Bradford, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor Moyes to speak.
Speaker, I have a question, but I can't get on the list. My system's frozen.
Mayor Chow, apparently Councillor Burnside has a question for you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is it Councillor Burnside or Myers?
Burnside.
Councillor Burnside.
Can you restart his time?
Okay, this is crazy that everybody's virtual. How can we run a council meeting when everybody's virtual? Councillor Burnside, ask your question.
Very kind of you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only really have one question, and it's just to try to literally to try to understand this. So like we heard in the questions that 24,000 people are currently using that corridor on transit. I get, in this case,
Right.
buses, correct?
Right.
Right, yeah. Okay. What other corridors, and feel free to ask others, I don't expect you to know the answer, or anyone for that matter, other than staff. What other corridors would move around the same number of people on transit?
On transit, I would imagine, on Spadina Avenue and Sinclair, both of them, especially Spadina, it's a very, very busy corridor, that there would be that number of transit riders. Now, that's a streetcar. Do I have equivalent corridor? I would imagine when every Saturday on Bloor Street, because of the subway being closed, the bus would carry a huge number of people in order to be. It has to be on Bloor Street.
Okay, fair. So I guess my question, I think there are a lot of corridors. I think Spadina would be on the high end, maybe in 60,000 as opposed to 25,000.
Yep.
But I'm just wondering why, with the rationale of keeping this closed to 24,000 transit riders and no other vehicles, when we have so many other corridors that are moving the same number of people and they're open for cars. I'm just trying to understand why the two are being treated differently.
Well, partially because King Street has always had a transit priority corridor. I remember when they first came in, there was a lot of debate whether it would work or not. And then because we started, the King Street streetcar service became tremendously popular. And as a result, you're seeing that it has 60,000 people. So we're talking for the next month and a half. If you think that, because it's supposed to all open up on August 8th. So if there are, what we can do, we can put in a motion to evaluate it and allow the staff to change it. If it is not helping the situation, then I'm willing to look at other considerations. But I was assured that if we move some of the places where people are docking now, then it really would ease the congestion. But if it's still a serious problem, I'm willing to change my mind. Because as you know, you've been on TDC as a commissioner, as a chair, in fact. You understand why providing priority for riders are important.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. I just don't know why they're prioritized on that particular one. But thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that that's it for questions for the mayor. All right, we'll go back to speakers. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, in my line of questioning, I talked about the consultation that has been involved in the King Church closure. I'm going to say for the last 6 months, we've worked with the BIA, with the Res Association, with my office. I've worked with Councillor Fletcher on her end, more specifically around Broadview and Queen, where she had some issues and concerns. I've worked with Deputy Mayor Malik on her end because, you know, my ward touches hers as well. And to a point where we actually had to defer this one cycle to council because I could not align properly with Councillor Fletcher and myself in regards to the streetcars diversion in my ward. So a lot of work has actually gone into this. And even during this closure, we've actually had to make adjustments in certain areas along the route. For example, Queen Street East, we changed the parking regulations because we saw that some of the businesses were having some issues there as well. Again, since the closure, or just prior to the closure, we had the opening of the St. Lawrence Market North. We've just brought tens of thousands of more people into the area. Just last 2 weeks, George Brown College had their graduations, and it was at the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts, which brought thousands of more students to the area. The Distillery District brings a lot more people into the area. We are just inundated in a good way with people. And really, there's also just so much more cars on the street. I mean, we are doing all we can to get people out of the cars, hence why we have given priority to streetcars and buses in the area. We just cannot keep up with the traffic. So it's really been all hands on deck. I actually appreciate Councillor Bradford's assistance, I'm going to say, on this, because really it's the responsibility of all councillors to actually provide feedback to council. But I do hope, though, when we do that, we do that in consultation with each other, rather than just stand alone. But I hope that with the changes and suggestions brought here today, that maybe that will help ease congestion. I appreciate more traffic wardens in the area and the assistance of Toronto Police, because again, they have been on the ground doing the work. This is a lot of heavy lifting. And I have to give kudos to Transportation, Barbara Gray and her team, because they have worked, overtime trying to help us deal with this issue. Everyone is doing the best that they can. So I just want to say thank you to all those involved.
Deputy Mayor Malik to speak. We
Thank you
don't
very
finish the
much.
agenda today. We're back tomorrow, eh?
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to be able to move forward MM 31.17 with Mayor Chow and with Councillor Moyes. I know that the construction at King and Church has been frustrating for people moving through our downtown. And this motion is how we work together to solve and address the issue. Working together across all people who know these roads, systems, and traffic patterns best: transportation staff, local representatives, stakeholders like the Financial District BIA, and residents, to implement practical, effective fixes to make everyone move a bit easier. In speaking with transportation staff, this is what our data tells us will actually make a difference on our roads, because that's what I'm interested in actually making a difference for transit riders, for drivers, for everyone who moves through our downtown. I've also had conversations with staff about what MM 31.18 proposes, some of the details of which you heard today through the questions to staff. And I think it's really important to emphasize a few of these points. First, the first point is that while streetcars are not using King between Spadina and Church currently, it is still an active transit route with over 600 buses still on the route. I've been on a few of those replacement buses myself, getting between events and home. And over the last few weeks, each and every time, they have been absolutely packed. Emergency vehicles and the Billy Bishop Airport Shuttle are also using King Street alongside the cars that are on King Street in the areas that they can be, and abiding by the rules of the transit priority corridor. Second, staff don't have data that enabling cars to use King as a thoroughfare without those transit priority corridor restrictions will actually make a difference in congestion, other than slowing down the buses that thousands of people are currently using. And for those of you who might not be familiar with the King Street Transit Priority Corridor, there are platforms in the curb lane that allow transit riders to get on and off the streetcars, and those platforms remain even during the period of construction, which makes it not possible for buses to be as nimble as has been described and questioned in the debate today. What the data is showing would make a difference again is the relocation of loading zones, which is what is put forward in MM 31.17. We're doing the work to ease the very real congestion. Third, keeping the King Street right of order moving swiftly takes resources, and there has been a tremendous amount of very serious and collaborative work to make sure that that street is working as well as it has been promised and planned to do, with traffic agents, with police services, with signal redirection. And changing this up always means a considerable re-education period, which is also frustrating for drivers and transit users, everyone who uses this route, and a lot of work from city staff as well. And I know construction and diversions are incredibly challenging. These are my communities and neighborhoods that I am being responsive to every single day. And I hear about that every single day. And there is work that we are doing to demonstrate how we are being responsive to those concerns in a way that can be seen and felt. And the more we can allow city staff to focus on the work at hand, to make adjustments, that we have evidence that will make a difference, and that we have the experience to demonstrate make a difference and get the work done quicker, we can move forward. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of the mayor and Councillor Moises' motion, MM 31.17, in favor of the mayor's amendment as well on MM 31.18. Thank you very much.
Okay, I want to remind members of council that we have a huge agenda that doesn't look like we're going to complete. So please take in consideration of that. And if you want to complete the agenda, we need to move the agenda along. So please remember that, because we will be back tomorrow. So if you don't need to speak, you don't have to speak. Unless it's really important that you're going to tell us something that we haven't heard. Okay? Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. What a pathetic council debate. You know, Speaker, there's two ideas in front of us. They're actually good ideas. Instead of council getting behind them and trying to advance them, we're back, just as you said, we're back and forth arguing about this. You know, there's that expression, there should be a wartime effort. That should be our direction to staff. Implement both of these with wartime effort. The only war is the war on the car. And maybe the war on people's mobility. Should be the war on congestion. It's very telling. Very telling. And so I don't need to convince you, Speaker. I don't need to convince the members of council. It's the public that are out there sitting in traffic that need to be convinced that council actually cares. I just don't think they do. You see these, claims and statements about congestion and worrying about it. The actions are, we'll see where the vote goes today. But, yes, Councillor Fletcher, the idea came late, but I still think we should do it. It's worth it for no matter how many weeks are left in the construction, we can make things just a little bit better. Send the staff overnight to cover the signs up. Send the staff overnight to do the reprogramming of 4 intersections. You know what we have in front of us? Again, really sad to see is the mayor's motion, which reduces a 1.73 kilometer stretch by measurement along King Street down to 290 meters. But if you actually deduct the dead end between Victoria Street and the construction site, I think you're left with 86 meters of, basically a block where a car can go. So, I hardly think that that's a big win. And in fact, it's sad to see that that is a poison motion to shut all of this down. Speaker, the last thing I'll say to keep this brief. We had the congestion management plan debated at council a little while back, and I moved a motion, and I just simply said, let's rename the congestion management plan to the congestion reduction plan. And it got voted down. some people snickered and said, well, it's not really serious. But the point I was making with that is I just don't think council is really serious about reducing congestion. And it shows. So again, who do you have to convince on this? It's the people out there that are stuck in traffic, but it's also more importantly the people that are thinking of heading into the city from outside the city. Whether it's the suburbs in our own 416, or a city that we're 1 hour apart from each other, or if it's from beyond, and those people would be coming to patronize businesses, to go to school, to go to work, maybe go to the hospitals or medical appointments. And increasingly what they're doing is they're turning their back on the city because it's just not worth the fight. And they instead head in the other direction. I think we could do better, and it's a low point of this council to see how the politics sink in on two actually very positive motions that even some people will admit are a good idea. And I still think we should move forward and make these improvements even if the time is limited, because it shows people that we are serious and that we care. Thank you, Speaker. I'll invite you to go to the next speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully disagree with my colleague, Councillor Holiday. I was listening to the debate. I asked a lot of questions of city staff, and I read the motions. And I didn't know exactly how I would vote until a few minutes ago, as it became far clearer to me than it was before. So to contextualize this began as a political discussion. That distracted me. Then I started seeing a lot of the merit in what Councillor Bradford was putting forward. If there is unused space and we can use it to get people moving, we should be paying attention to that. And I respect him and I appreciate that he put a spotlight on that discussion. Contextually, we're talking about maybe 5 to 6 weeks.
That's what I was told.
This debate is not going to change the future of King Street or congestion or traffic in the city. This is a debate about how we want to use our streets, and this is a metaphor for the bigger debate, in my view. Now, if we are solely going to be shutting down or allowing more cars onto King Street, where we are ignoring the many thousands of people who would otherwise be taking the streetcar but now are reliant on the bus, those people matter too. They need to get around. I don't want to see those people, even for a few weeks, stuck in traffic. A transit priority corridor makes sense in a city where people are struggling to get around. The beauty of the other motion that's put together here is that we are also opening up another lane on Adelaide to car traffic. So in other words, we're ensuring that there's a transit priority corridor for those who are reliant on transit. Reliant on transit. We are also ensuring that where there is space that doesn't need to be taken up by other uses and we can open it up for cars, we are doing that. And at the end of the day, this is about a few weeks over the summer. The bigger picture, I hope we have a conversation about, is how to ensure that we have a multimodal city, that no matter how you get around, we use our streets not just focusing on a small section of a certain street in one part of our city, but we actually have a holistic view of how we can get around, whether you are walking, whether you are riding, whether you are driving, or whether you're on transit. And how does that work together? And how do we make sure that no matter what mode you rely on, there is a way for you to get from A to B to C? That you can get to school on time, you can get to work on time, you get home to see the people you love. But that's not what we're debating right now. We're having a discussion about a small stretch of the street over the summer for about 5 to 6 weeks. And I think what has been presented is actually an elegant solution where rather than fall into the political dynamic that was meant to be, we're able to say yes to a few ideas that actually might get us through the summer. And I hope we come back to this debate and have a conversation about how we get the bigger picture right, because we haven't done that yet. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to speak? I think you already spoke. No, you spoke. Okay.
Because the mayor's
No,
not here.
just one sec, Councillor Fletcher. Ask. Does anybody else want to speak? No, I'm talking about people that are not here. Anybody want to speak? I guess the chair of TTC doesn't want to speak? Yeah. Okay.
Madam Speaker,
All
why don't
right,
we
so,
just
Councillor
vote?
Fletcher, now you can make your request.
Thank you. Besides a couple of quick releases, when we're done, I would just like, if we could hold this vote. The mayor has indicated earlier she has these two critical appointments today, announcements, so I don't know what time she's going to be back, probably right after lunch. So if we could just hold that vote till then, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. So we will hold the vote down on
Madam Speaker.
17 and
Madam
18
Speaker.
until the mayor comes back because she had to leave.
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
if I may,
Councillor.
I've made arrangements to be here for this vote. As my colleagues know, I have a wedding to attend this afternoon. I would really appreciate it since we're done the item and since we have 22 minutes until recess, that we could just vote on the item right now.
Okay, Councillor Bradford.
That would be a decent thing to do.
Yeah. Councillor Bradford, the mayor has asked if we can hold on to the vote until she comes back, and we've done that before for other members. So what we'll do is we'll take a recorded vote.
About whether or not we can vote on it right now, we're going to vote on whether or not we're going to vote on the item.
No, okay. Yeah. So I'm suggesting that we hold the vote down until the mayor comes back, Councillor Bradford.
And respectfully, I'm asking, I will be at a wedding. I will be at my sister's wedding in the afternoon after lunch. No, please just let me speak. If I would make a point of personal privilege. Okay, point of personal privilege. And I apologize that I'm remote. I'm remote, of course, because I'm going to be going to my sister's wedding today. I've rearranged things, of course. I'm here this morning to deal with this item. I would appreciate the courtesy as I did to try and time it yesterday. I was trying to deal with it. I'm here today. Obviously, I'm engaged on the file here. I would appreciate rather than, and I've seen the caucusing that's been happening over there on the other side of the chamber, but I would just appreciate it if we could vote on it now since there's still more than 20 minutes until we recess. We can get through this vote.
Okay,
and,
Councillor
we don't have
Bradford,
to delay it
Councillor
until
Bradford,
after lunch.
Councillor Bradford, please. I made a ruling that we're waiting for the mayor to come back. If you don't agree, you can challenge the chair.
Madam Speaker, can I ask a question? When is the mayor coming back? Is she coming back before 12:30?
She asked before she left if we can hold the vote until she gets back.
Well, I would presume she would have told you when she's coming back. We're not gonna,
Well-
would we wait till 4 p.m.?
Okay, I've made a ruling, so if you want to challenge the chair, challenge the chair.
Challenge the chair, great.
You're challenging the chair. Okay, there's a challenge to the chair. Ring the bells. Councillor Fletcher? Okay. Yeah, if the ruling of the chair is upheld. Councillor Thompson? Huh? Please.
Speaker, is this the amendment right now? Sorry, I just, could you tell me if it's the amendment, please?
Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, just with respect to this particular matter, and I realize we're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Yeah, I do not want to uphold the chair's ruling, so I guess that's that negative.
That's against. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, may I have your... Okay, that's to uphold the chair.
I will uphold the chair.
And sorry, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Yes, I will uphold the chair's ruling.
Vote to uphold the chair. Thank you. The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 14-8.
Thank you. Do we have any quick releases before we break? I just got some updated news. So I was just told that if you wait for a few minutes, the mayor could connect virtually and we can take the vote now.
Fabulous. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Because I see her availability. It doesn't look like she's going to be coming back. So that would be great.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, please. Okay, so we're going to wait for a few seconds for the mayor to connect and we'll take the votes. Do we have 18? Okay. All right. Who's first? Councillor Bravo, you have an urgent motion you want to introduce. We have 18 members.
Thank you,
for the
Speaker.
mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we display the motion? Thank you. This is on behalf of the mayor to be permitted to add to the agenda the results of interest arbitration between the City of Toronto and TCU Local 416 paramedics.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Oh, Councillor Bravo, you have another one.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. Well, we display the motion. That I permitted to add to today's meeting something to preserve community access at Loretto College School, and it's urgent because of the work of the Toronto Catholic District School Board has already begun at this important community asset.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, we don't have much time here. Huh? No, hold on. We got to get the mayor to connect so she can vote. Councillor Bravo, you have another one.
Yep.
Okay, can you tell me when the mayor is connecting, please?
Thank you. If you could display the motion.
Okay, Councillor Bravo, your other motion.
Thank you. Open or closed, improving public information on pool closures and alerts, and this comes out of my ward and of the work of the City of Toronto Heat Relief Network. If pools are closed, it's really important for people to have accurate information up to date during heat alerts about whether their pool is closed, and that's what this does in this very hot season.
On favor? Carried. Who's? Oh, okay.
I am in.
Okay, so we have the mayor connected. So let's take a vote on the motions, please. Okay, we'll start with item 17. We'll put the motion on the screen. Okay, there it is. Motion 17 by Mayor Chow. Do we want a recorded vote? No? On favor? Carried. Okay. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Next item. Okay. MM 3118, motion by Mayor Chow. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
Can you register me as a yes? I'm not able to vote online.
Members, we will call for the votes for those who aren't able to vote online in just a moment. Councillor Thompson, may we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Burnside, your vote verbally?
Negative.
Negative, thank you. Mayor Chow, please.
Yes.
Affirmative.
It's affirmative.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Your vote verbally, please.
Councillor Crescenti, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry, it was muted. Negative.
Negative, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 16-5.
Any other is this item is amended? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, the item's been, we voted on the item. So do we have any more members' motion to add on before we recess? Okay. Who? Okay, Mayor Chow, who could move that motion on behalf? Who's the seconder? Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move that on behalf of Mayor Chow?
Yes, happy as the seconder to move that, Speaker. I'm sure
Okay.
you'll put it up.
Yeah, they're going to put it up. It takes a few seconds. Okay, there you are.
Oh, there I am. There we go. Thank you. That's to add that.
Okay, on favor,
Thank you.
carried. Councillor Burnside, you have a motion to introduce?
Yes, I do, but I have no information in front of me. I'm sorry, because my system's.
Okay, you're moving a motion on speed racing on the expressways.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Do you need me to explain why
You're
it's urgent?
introducing that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, who's next? Councillor Moyes, you're next.
I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen, Madam Speaker.
Okay, there's the motion on the screen.
Yes, this is time sensitive for rental housing.
Okay, on favor, carried. Is that it? Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, did you say you had a quick release? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I do. And it is GG 22.11, which is the non-competitive contract with DocuPet, Inc. for the provision of pet licensing services. And I just have one little amendment there that the...
Okay, I see the amendment on the screen on GG 2211 by Councillor Fletcher.
And thank Mr. Grant for this, and DocuPet going to be able to text. It's a big advancement. We're
Okay.
have $700,000 in donations for animals. It's very good. So this we'll be able to see how well we're looking after animals and our licensing annually with this. Thank you.
On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Is that it? We'll recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. And make sure that everybody that's that's on video, make sure that you connect your video at 2 o'clock so we can proceed with the council meeting. Thank you. Recess to 2 o'clock. Okay, please keep your camera on. We're still short. Oh, Councillor Bravo just came in. Okay, do we have quorum now? Okay, we do have quorum. This meeting is now resumed. Thank you very much. And so before we start, Councillor Pasternak, you wanted an opportunity to bring forward some petitions. You can at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've received a petition with 1,490 names so far. And the issue here is, and I'll read part of it, in December 2024, without community consultation, the City of Toronto announced 6 permanent shelter locations being built throughout the city to address the rise in homelessness. The vacant lot at 1220 Wilson Avenue was identified by the city, even though there was already a shelter located just down the street. I'm trying to step back further and further.
Just continue.
The vacant lot at 1220 Wilson Avenue was identified by the city, even though there was already a shelter located down the street at 1677 Wilson Avenue, where I believe there was a murder this past Sunday. 1220 Wilson Avenue is located right between a daycare center and school. There's another daycare across the street and 11 schools in the immediate area within walking distance. Our community is very residential with numerous schools and community center. Community members have already shared their concerns with the shelter at 1677 Wilson Avenue. These concerns include drug dealing, crime, disorderly behaviors. Families have expressed safety concerns about children playing outside in parks in the area due to syringes and drug paraphernalia, and businesses have been negatively affected. Downsview is already supporting the unhoused community, and they're signed by 1,490 names and growing.
Okay, on favor of receiving the petition? Carried. Thank you. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. IE 22.2, a strategic parking framework for the City of Toronto. The Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee has submitted a transmittal with recommendations. Before we start the member motion run-through, I would take the release of holds, and the clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Okay, I don't see any. Members, we will now do the member motion run-through. The city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for members' motion MM 31.1 and MM 31.20 from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has been posted with agenda item RM 31.7, review of the order paper. MM 31.1. You need what? Have you got it now? Oh, you need IT staff. Do we have IT staff? Is it, Councillor Fletcher and others, is it okay if we proceed and we'll put the motion on the screen? Yeah, okay. So MM 31.1. Okay, notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Affirmative?
Affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Myers, can we have your vote verbally, please? Councillor Myers, are you connected to the meeting? Okay, one last time. Councillor Myers, are you able to vote, please? The item carries. The vote is 17-1.
MM 31.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Chang and Councillor Pasternak, please. Thank you. Councillor Myers, can you please turn your camera on? The item carries. The vote is 16-2.
MM 31.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, can you please turn your camera on? The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 6-12.
MM 3111. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. And just to let Councillor Pasternak know, this was a request that the Mayor and I put forward for North York Harvest, because North York Harvest now is in my ward. So thank you very much for bringing that forward.
No, you're very welcome, Madam Speaker. They took us on a tour at their York Centre site and asked for a motion like this. So I can write you a letter of introduction if you...
No, but I want to thank you for bringing it forward.
No, you're very welcome.
Very nice. MM 31.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 31.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. And Councillor Thompson, may we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative, thank you. The item carries unanimously, 19 in favor.
MM 3115. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3116. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 3119. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Oh. Councillor Fletcher, you want to hold 3119? Okay. MM 3120. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. Pardon? Oh, you would like to hold it down? Okay, just one moment.
I just have a very simple, friendly amendment that clerks have for this. I don't need to speak on it or hold it, and Councillor Cole is aware of it.
Well,
it just saves us having a separate motion.
Okay, the clerk does have it ready, so if you want to read it.
It's simply just to enlarge it to add some benches on the other side of the street. Instead of doing two motions, it's the same topic, exactly the same. So it's been added.
Does the staff have it?
It's coming from Section 37 money from me. It's for streetscape improvements. It was really just meant to be more efficient, to not have two.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's just put it on the screen. Okay, there it is on the screen. $8,000, my God. Okay, so on the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. MM 3121. Okay, MM 3121. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. Okay, hold on. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. You would like to hold? Okay, Councillor Bravo would like to hold it. MM 31.22. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion is being deemed urgent by the chair. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3123. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2025 CC 30.8 only as it relates to the address of the off-site parkland dedication being secured and preconditions to final order. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of reopening? All in favor of reopening? Carried. Councillor, you want to hold it? Okay. Okay. Councillor Carroll's holding 3123. MM 31.24. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 3125. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3126. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? You want to hold? Okay. MM 3127. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3128. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3129. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for the members' motions. Councillor Matlow.
I have a very, very small but delicious announcement. We just hosted, in partnership with the Midtown BIA last Saturday, our first annual Festa Junina, a celebration of Brazilian culture, food, and music. We have a fledgling little Brazil in Midtown Toronto. Over the years, we've had more and more Brazilian immigrants come to the community, and we want to do something to tell them that this is their home, and we see you, and we love you, and we celebrate with you, and we celebrate you. So we did our first Ahaya on Young. We found 15,000 people who decided to come and celebrate with us. And one of our partners, Padaria, which is a really wonderful little bakery, Brazilian place that we have in the area, has given us about 25 or 26, sorry to those of you who are online today, brigadeiros, which are little fudgy, chocolatey balls of goodness. And I'm going to put them right here, and I hope that each of you will come and enjoy one. And for those of you online, I love you, but, you know, come and get it.
Councillor Matlow, can you bring me one, please?
Oh, I'm going to start with you.
Councillor Carroll?
Just to be quick for later, motion 31.24 that I had held, it has no cost, so I can release it. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
With thanks to staff, because if people did not notice, the cost sheet for notices of motion this session now includes not just no financial impact right this minute, but it tells you about future impacts, should there be any. So it's quite a document.
But Councillor, you held down 3124.
Yes, and I'm releasing
No,
it
but you
because it
said
has no
you said
cost.
23.
No, I'm pretty sure I said 24. You can check the tape. 31.24. Yeah.
You held 23, sorry.
Oh, I thought she said it's 24 and I said 23.
No.
I did say 23 or 24. If that's an error, it's the amended item that Councillor Chernos Lynn moved.
Yeah, that's item
technical amendment. That's the one I'm releasing.
That's 23. Okay, so Councillor Carroll is
Got it.
releasing
Yeah.
MM 3123. On favor? Carry. Okay. Yeah, just one sec. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I believe the clerks have my amendment for MM 31.19, fixing roads faster. If they don't, then I'll just keep going.
Does the staff have the amendment for Councillor Fletcher 3119?
If not, well, I'll just keep holding. I thought it would be easier to get rid of it.
No.
Not ready? Thank
No.
you. But you do have a copy to work on.
That's okay for now.
Okay, members. We are item DM 31.1, a deferred item, public consultations for communities impacted by new shelter locations, and it was held down by Councillor Pasternak. So do we have questions? Please put your name on the list. Councillor Carroll, questions?
I shouldn't have put that in my mouth then. Yes, before we have a conversation about what's being requested, I wonder if staff would like to verbally present what is the current process for notifying the community and proceeding with the shelter location.
Through you, Speaker. In 2017, City Council endorsed a new community engagement approach when citing new shelters at the time under the leadership of Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Bylaw at the time. Later that year, Council endorsed...
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. Tanner, but I'm having trouble hearing, and I think
Okay,
this
can
is a
I have
pretty
some
important
quiet,
debate.
please?
So
Thank you.
2017, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Bylaw. Yeah, go ahead.
And in that same year, Council delegated the authority to staff to cite the location of shelters.
Right.
And that is subject to the division, Toronto Shelters, having the capital and operating dollars in our account and meeting the municipal zoning bylaw, as well as reporting back to City Council in an annual shelter infrastructure report.
Mm-hmm.
So staff cite the locations of shelters.
Right.
We inform the local councillor before the site closes in terms of the real estate transaction,
right,
as a courtesy, and to receive feedback on the community engagement approach with the local community. Things like getting the local stakeholders, understanding the leaders in the community to talk with, but the focus of the conversation is not about the location of the shelter, but how to successfully integrate that shelter in the local community.
Right, and this is when we're actually, absorbing the real estate and citing a permanent. This bears no relation to processes past and present to do with emergency shelters such as our hotel program during the pandemic. It's not the same at all. Am I right about that?
Yeah, during the pandemic, certainly we were operating under an emergency situation with respect to opening those new sites. Staff still had the authority to open them, but a different approach than we're talking about today.
And when we do stakeholder outreach, I'll call it, because what you've just described is not a conventional, let's all get in a room and yay or nay this, but there is an engagement of stakeholders, local businesses, community, schools. In my own experience with a permanent shelter going into my area, that was done by hiring an expert community facilitator. So that work gets done, but often it's done in a very on-the-ground way. Is that still the process?
To the Speaker, that's correct. Third-party facilitator is hired to support conversations and facilitate conversations with the community. And that is a core function of the work. So there is often an open drop-in for the public to come and learn more about the proposal, the built form, etc. There could be one-on-one meetings with smaller groups of stakeholders. And generally, this is a process that would continue up to and including the opening of the shelter, and often ongoing through a community liaison function with, again, those local stakeholders in the community.
Okay, and I have one last question. Because we have delegated the authority to your department to make the initial choice, the real estate choice, you do have an agreed upon set of criteria. You take into account possible challenges before choosing a location, do you not?
So to you, Speaker, yes, we work very closely with, and in this project with Create.to, with our partners at Corporate Real Estate. We look at each of the locations, identify where they are. This project is seeking to site shelters in parts of the city that don't have shelter locations already and moving some of the density of these programs outside of the downtown core.
Yes.
The actual approval is signed off by the Deputy City Manager of Community and Emergency Services in consultation with myself, the Executive Director of Social Development and Corporate Real Estate.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker of the moment.
Temporarily. Now, next questioner is you, Councillor Pasternak, and I'm going to get you on the board right there. Please proceed.
So thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we've talked about a delegated authority, something I warned about years ago. Does delegated authority to put in shelters include the local councillor, or that's just done by staff, and if they want to pipe in, that's fine?
So through you, Speaker, we would approach the local councillor when we have gone firm on a location, either whether that's a transaction that happens through corporate real estate, or in the case of some of these sites, including the one in your ward, when the local site was deemed a surplus location of city-owned property and deemed by Create.to a good location for an emergency shelter.
Let's leave site decisions aside for a second. Let's talk about process. Now, there was a virtual town hall for all 6 shelters on May the 28th. I'm trying to find a councillor that was told about that date by staff, and how they found out was from residents calling them and finding out they got a notification. Would you like to add to that?
So through the Speaker, I'll pass this to our friends at Planning and Growth. Karina.
Good afternoon, Councillor, and through the Chair, through the Speaker, rather. That meeting that you're referring to was our community consultation meeting for the planning process, for the rezoning process. We always do like to involve the local councillor. It's not, an explicit requirement, but we try and reach out to make sure that councillors know. I know in this instance, there could have been better communication. So I think we're with you. That was also why we were completely supportive of additional meetings as well. So since that time, we've tried very hard to make sure that communication is happening.
All right, so yeah, I can't find any councillors that were advised of it in advance. Now, when it comes to local uniqueness, I mean, when we're talking about 1220 Wilson Avenue, many of the people in that area do not speak English. Do you provide multilingual services on consultations, or it's, I don't know, English only?
I'll start. I mean, the two engagements here, the one on the shelter itself, we would want to work very closely with the local councillor to understand what the unique needs are of the community, and if language is identified as an issue, we would have and work to have interpreters on site to support us.
And so, sorry, I would just add, if that's okay, through the speaker. For instance, for the community meeting for Wilson, we did actually have a Portuguese translator that was brought in specifically for the virtual. I've heard further requests that maybe we need to do some more, and again, we're open to that.
Yeah, I think Italian would have helped that night as well. When it comes to remote or in person, who makes the decision? The across the city virtual town hall for all 6 shelters was remote. We got flooded with complaints the next day. But who in the end decides whether it's remote or in person?
To you, Speaker, the decision on the late May meeting that was virtual for all the sites, you know, I will take responsibility for advising that was the approach that we wanted to see planning take. Understanding that didn't work out well, we've since had in-person meetings and work with the local councillors to do those meetings in an appropriate format based on that feedback.
So one of the issues about site location is, I think what's going on now is you want the suburbs or the inner suburbs to do their fair share. Now, are you aware that there is a shelter just down the street from 1220 Wilson Avenue? It's at 1677 Wilson Avenue.
To you, Speaker, very familiar with that shelter hotel, and in fact, the 10-year capital plan is in place to close those large shelter hotels. You know, we can't close them without having a place for people to go currently. This 10-year plan and 20 new shelters will build out smaller, customized city assets that run for about half the operating costs that we're currently paying in a place like the hotel you mentioned at 1677 Wilson.
So I think it's my view that the biggest weakness in our shelter system is the fact that there's no or limited day programming, and that residents walk around the neighborhood during the day. And I think we can admit that there's some mental wellness issues, some harm reduction issues, and the question is, do we really have the funding, the operational funding, to do this right? In other words, we're building this with capital funds, but then we don't have the money for treatment and supports during the day, and that's when they run into the neighborhoods and cause concern.
So to you, Speaker, you know, we have an opportunity here with these new shelter programs to work with communities and to program them in the best possible way with feedback from community. And of course, we're always looking for partners to work with us, whether they be healthcare partners, social service partners, to come on site and help us to activate programming for people that might be staying with us in the emergency shelter programs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I hope you got that last question answered, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Chang. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair to Gord Tanner. Can you explain what part of the process of building a new shelter is delegated authority?
To you, Speaker, just to clarify, the question is to what part?
Yeah, what part of the process of building a new shelter is delegated authority?
So the main point is really around the location, the siting of the actual shelter location itself, delegated to staff.
So there are 6 of us here who now have, I guess, an in-flight project. What
what is our role and what is our community's role now that these locations have been selected?
To you, Speaker, so a range of roles, whether that comes down to working with us and the stakeholders in your community to work on supporting the shelter to integrate well in the community. So whether that's getting to know the operator and getting to know more about the clients that will ultimately be there. We've seen situations where communities will organize and volunteer to support the programming of the local shelter. There could be design feedback on the built form itself. And then an ongoing role in a function we call community liaison committees, where stakeholders again come together monthly, meet with the shelter operator and continue to work through concerns if there's concerns, or to add value to the program itself.
With regard to design feedback, is that being taken into consideration in this next step? Because we have this zoning application that's going forward. It's coming to council in July. And, you know, we had many, I think, thoughts about our shelter in particular. And I am concerned because the time that the operator has had to chew on these designs is actually not a lot either. So is there room for changes, and what scope is that room, and what happens if there's other serious changes that need to be done on the other side? Do we just have to bring it back to council again?
To the Speaker, and thank you for the question. The approach we're taking with this is actually to keep the bylaw very flexible, specifically so that we have the ability during the detailed design to work with the community, the councillor, the operator, shelters, to ensure the success of that project. So the intention is no, we wouldn't have to come back. We're designing that box flexibly enough that it can be filled in many different ways. It's not like a shrunk wrap proposal, which you would normally see.
Yes, because community members have expressed concern to me that here's something that's designed to the edges, the green space looks inadequate, and concern also about just the privacy of the future shelter users. And so you have this maxed out box, but there might be insufficient space, for example, for communal spaces in the current design. So I'm just wondering, why are we rushing the 6 zoning projects so quickly? Why don't we just give a little more space and time to work with the operator and the community to speak more meaningfully into what is brought to council?
So to you, Speaker, you know, we've cited the locations to date. We'll be before Planning and Housing Committee, Economic Community Development next month on some of the zoning features and easements we're seeking. There is still lots of time to do the detailed design work, we feel, in particular in your case, you know, with the Indigenous partner that will be on the ground. And we need to do that in a good way, to recruit an Indigenous architect, designer to do that work with us. So we feel that there is enough time. The speed of this project, though, again, is back to reducing operating costs that continue to be paid to shelter hotels at a rate that every month we delay one of these 80-bed shelters, we're foregoing $280,000 in operating efficiencies.
I'm sorry, I'm going to run out of time, so I have just one last question. You know, consultations are so important. We have zoning consultation, but we also have community consultation. Residents don't really differentiate. A consultation is a consultation to them. And I think what's really important is for residents to know what say do they have in the implementation. So yes, they can volunteer, they can do lots of things, but in this listening journey,
last question,
what can they actually contribute? What is the scope of their potential impact on the result of what the shelter built form or operations looks like?
So to the Speaker, you know, there could be some design charrettes that occur over the course of the next several months or a year. I think conversations about some of the programming, understanding that we have an Indigenous-led organization that does this work in an expert way. But, you know, I think that what makes these programs successful in communities is continuing conversations, being open, listening, as you said, and seeking opportunities to involve the broader community in any way we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Our next questioner is you, Councillor Burnside.
Oh, well, thank you,
Here we
Madam
go. 1 second, please.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I guess, whatever.
You're on.
Yeah, thank you. So the placement of shelters is always quite contentious. Could you just summarize what some of the concerns of councillors have been?
To you, Speaker, I mean, you know what I think we hear from community members, you know, was often fear, some anxiety, you know, which we feel sometimes stems from stigma related to poverty, homelessness. These locations that we are talking about are smaller, custom-built, and not some of the large programs that we've heard referenced today, which we struggle with. They're too big. These are smaller programs to integrate well into communities.
Okay, so when you say smaller, what does that mean in terms of number of people now as opposed to the larger ones?
Yeah, to you, Speaker, so our largest programs, 300-400 people under one roof. The programs, the 6 that we're talking about today, range between 50 and 80 beds.
Okay. Is it fair to say that some of the concerns of councillors, certainly in the past, have been valid in terms of impact on neighborhoods, or is that not fair?
To you, Speaker, I'd say that, you know, anytime there are concerns, you know, we as staff and operators, they need to be accountable to those concerns and address them. I think we've got a great opportunity here again, working with community to understand, you know, the communities that we're moving into and where best to apply resources to mitigate any concerns that may come up.
Okay. Are you comfortable that with the with all the shelters that you mitigated concerns, or actually addressed the concerns, not even like you've actually addressed them, and that things are running smoothly, and that residents, it shouldn't be a problem, or it hasn't been a problem, or is not a problem? So, or are there still problems that need to be ironed out, addressed, however you want to articulate it?
So to you, Speaker, I'd say that, again, the larger programs are programs where we have too many people under one roof, perhaps, that it's too big. You know, what I will say is, though, we are trying to also mitigate issues that are happening in public spaces across the city where people are homeless, have no place to lay their head, whether that's on our transit system, whether that's in our parks. So these programs, again, play a very important role in providing people a first step to housing, getting them into housing with the supports they need. And I know you understand that encampment work very well.
Yeah, I do indeed. So then my last question is, are there certain locations you would not put a shelter? Like, or what are some of the, like, where would you put one? Like, what are the ideal conditions?
So to the Speaker, you know, and my planning colleagues can chime in, but these are residential programs. They are sited in neighborhoods and in communities right across the city. They've traditionally been concentrated in the downtown, and we are being purposeful to try and move these outside of the downtown because people experiencing homelessness come from every ward of the city. We don't think they should have to come downtown to access those services, but we'd rather keep them in communities where they can stay connected to family, stay connected to supports, and get back on their feet more quickly.
Okay, but sorry, I don't think you really answered my question. Like some of the, like, are there places you would not put them? Like, I know you said neighborhoods is somewhere you would put them, but obviously you wouldn't put them in an industrial area. So are there other sorts of things, like I believe at one point, as I say, it's evolving, you liked to put shelters close to transit. I don't know if that's still the case. I'm just trying to just sort of
Yeah, to the Speaker, transit access is a key part of citing these programs. So people have a place to access transit, get to where they need to go across the city, but we have programs in all kinds of different places, 107. We don't put them in industrial areas or employment lands, but otherwise they're as of right. And
Again, to the Speaker, thank you. What I'd say is we're prohibited under the planning, the provincial planning statement from placing sensitive uses, including shelters, residential uses in employment lands. The other area where you don't find them is in recreational open space kinds of areas. But those generally are the only places in the city where we don't actually allow shelters as of right.
Okay, so just to summarize, if you can put a house there, you can put a shelter there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it, Councillor? Thank you.
I was just mindful of my time.
Thank you. You're good.
Trying to
Perfect.
lead by example.
Councillor Speaker Annunziata, you are up.
Yeah, I'd just like to talk a bit about the consultation. So, do you recall years ago when we put that shelter in my ward on Runnymede?
To you, Speaker, I remember it vividly, yes.
You were there, right?
I was there for all of
Okay,
it.
so we made a decision to put that shelter at that particular location where there was no transit, there was no services in that area, and then at the end of the day, we had to get the TTC to run their transit along in that area because we had no transit. So my question to you is, when you talk about putting shelters, do we not look at, yes, we need proper transit, but as well as if it's near daycare centers or schools, do we look at that? And would you not think that it would be best if we consulted with the community before we made that decision so you can get community input?
So to you, Speaker, we do have shelters, in many neighborhoods, many close to schools. We have one shelter that's co-located with the daycare at Fort York, city-run daycare. So those haven't traditionally been issues or things that have, steered us away from a particular location. The location that we worked very closely with your office on at 731 Runnymede has been a very, very successful program. And initially, that wasn't necessarily the view of many of the local community members in that neighborhood.
Yeah, but at first it wasn't a good location, and when the community stressed that there wasn't transit and there wasn't services, we did that, right? And originally there was 99 spaces that you're proposing, and working with the community, we got it down to 50 spaces. So that's why I'm saying, would it not be best to work with the community before the decision is made so you can get what you need in the community and get community input?
So to you, Speaker, I would agree that kind of feedback around shaping the program model, number of beds, was very helpful in this case. It has been, though, my experience that talking to community members about whether they want or don't want a shelter has not proven to be the best path at getting these essential programs open as quickly as possible.
But working with the community, then you would be able to address some of the issues the community has, and even like we did at the Runnymede one. It worked out at the end of the day, but, we worked with the community, and so...
And to you, Speaker, that's what we're committed to doing, absolutely working with each and every one of the communities that these first 6 sites will be located in, and replicating the very successful engagement I think we had within your ward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next up, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just have a quick question for the General Manager of Toronto Shelter. You've heard from our council colleagues a real interest in deepening the engagement with community with respect to building features, with respect to the landscaping and the elements on the outside, and also wanting to make sure that we have multilingual, inclusive engagements so that people can find out what's happening in their community. Can you encapsulate again what your response was? Is the response yes here?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So you are committing here to deepen in the way that the councillors have indicated. Great.
That's right.
Thank you. I just wanted you to repeat, how much could we be saving per month if we had the 6 new sites in place? How much could the city be saving every month by operating this different approach to shelters, which is they're smaller, they're more intentional, they stand to provide better services and have better outcomes for people?
So that figures $280,000 per month. You replace a shelter hotel, 80 beds, into one of these custom sites.
Wow, so that's $3.36 million a year that we could be saving. That's not small. And there was an important question from Councillor Pasternak about the quality of the services that would be offered. is that something that we could then reinvest into improving our services?
To you, speakers, certainly I think that's a question we want to explore with each of the communities to make these programs as successful as possible.
Great, because ultimately what we're doing here is getting people housing ready for the long term and getting ideally out of the business of just expanding the shelter system.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, it's Councillor Candido. Can I get on the list?
What? Who? Well, he's not on the screen.
I don't have CMP working. Can you add
He's
me
not
to
on the
list?
screen. If you want to speak, turn your video on. You have to turn your video on to be part of the council. Councillor Holiday? Questions?
To Mr. Tanner, earlier you said to council, if I got my notes right,
can you put?
You inform the councillor as a courtesy, and you do that to discuss community engagement, and you do that after you've gone firm.
No, we do that in just before the transaction if it's an acquisition goes firm.
Okay. What does go firm mean?
Not sure if my real estate colleagues are here to define that. My understanding is that would be the time that we close on the property and it becomes owned by the City of Toronto.
Okay, so I wrote after, but maybe I heard wrong or just, okay, so it's before. Councillor Nunziata said something interesting in her question. She said, you know, we make the decision. Does the councillor and the staff make the decision, or does the staff make the decision on the transaction?
To the speaker on the location?
Well, yeah, the transaction.
Oh, and the terms and conditions of the transaction, so that is left to city staff.
Okay. So I'm reading council decision on the 2022 shelter plan and the community engagement process. I'm trying to find the item number here. EC 25.6. It says in there that the City Council authorized that in the context of the acquisition of a lease of property and so on, that the councillor shall be briefed in accordance with the process, and that engagement is to consider to have satisfied the requirement of consultation in Appendix B, Section A in Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 213. So I'm going to ask Mr. Jollimore, what does Municipal Code 213 deal with?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask the city solicitor to assist with that answer.
Okay.
So 213 is a chapter related to real estate authorities.
Right. And so in that, there's an Appendix B, Part A, and that says, it basically says, a simple reading is that staff will consult with a councillor. Well, what does consultation mean?
So I believe, Madam Speaker, that the reference is to the section that says the local councillor will be consulted prior to the exercise of delegated approval authority by staff for acquisitions, disposals, land exchange, and leases. In that context, I would interpret consultation to mean a communication that anticipates feedback.
Okay.
So it's not a veto, and it's not just sharing information. It would presume some feedback.
So I hear one thing about a process that staff have the delegated authority to make a decision. And then I also hear another part of a process, in municipal code actually, that says that a councillor is consulted. And it's more than just told, because Mr. Tanner said inform as a courtesy. But a consultation is not informing someone as a courtesy. That means more.
Well, I will augment my answer by also referring to some delegated authority. So that consultation would not trump the delegated authority to the deputy city manager to select a shelter site.
If there's
and the selection of a shelter site could predate these other real estate transactions that are referred to in the chapter.
Okay, so someone can choose a site, but in order to make it a site means that you'd have to purchase it or exercise authority. So what happens when there's a conflict between a consultation with a councillor about a real estate transaction, say an acquisition of a shelter site, and the delegated authority? Does everyone just throw their hands up and say, well, I guess they consulted, or how do we square this up?
Well, council as a whole has delegated certain authorities to staff, so staff are required to exercise those authorities. But they are also required to follow the consultation and engagement processes.
But is this
They do
not
have the
broken?
authority to make the decision.
I understand that, but is this, then why consult with a counselor? If there's absolute delegated authority to staff, then what utility is it to go to a counselor and set up for a situation of conflict? Should it be a conflict? I just don't understand how our process can be broken.
You know, in a lot of contexts, those who have authority to make decisions do seek input. An example would be the input that council seeks from the public before making a zoning decision, for example. But council then ultimately makes a decision. And the same is true with staff when a decision ultimately rests with them.
So the input doesn't matter?
I would hope that it would be considered and taken seriously.
Considered.
That was your last question. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes. I just wonder, Mr. Tanya, you remember before the shelter siting report that we may have 50, 60, 70 people coming to city council, coming to committee, thinking that they had the right to turn that down, correct?
That's right.
And the fact is, you don't have the right to people zone in the city of Toronto. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you can't say these people can live in my neighborhood and these people can't live in my neighborhood.
Correct.
And the fact that you have delegated authority, it is to find properties that could act in this way within a parameter that council agreed to, which is 50 to 80 residents in a shelter, correct?
That's correct.
So we could turn this over to CBRE and say, you go out and you find all these things and you come back and we'll give you the money and then we'll wake up and find that they're all there, and then how are we going to operate them? That's another model that we could use.
Could be.
Technically, yes. We could take that off of your plate and real estate plate and have a third party do all of that work. But there'd still be a moment when councillors would be consulted. Councillors are consulted on whether or not there can be a shelter, or basically how that's going to be operated, how the community's going to be brought in. Which one?
To the speaker, the latter.
The latter.
Councillor.
So I think I'm just going to ask you, do we have somewhere in our standards where we're clear to the community as to, and let's talk about different than shelter hotels, which were a moment in time in an emergency, and I think we can all agree that they were big, they were hard to operate, and a lot went on that might not have been how we would want a shelter to operate. And there's just a lot, it's hard to manage that many people in a good way, correct?
That's correct, in a built form not designed for that purpose.
That's right. So for what would you call, and how would you describe for the community and what is a good program to operate a shelter? And often we have a third-party operator. What is a program that you'd consider healthy, good, it's a good place to move people in and hopefully they're coming out? Tell me about a good program.
I would say an excellent program is the one that we worked with the speaker on, 731 Runnymede. We often use it as a program to bring other people to see the built form, to see the programming, the clients that have come through. So that would be just one. Another one would be, in your word, 29 Leslie.
The Hope Shelter with
Shelter,
housing, with jobs,
That's
with
right.
everything there,
Yeah.
bed bug cleanup, everything. And somehow both of those shelters, I know in a speaker's ward that people go there, they bring things, they help out. In Hope Shelter, they have Thanksgiving dinner, they bring things, it's become part of the community. But that is part of citing the shelter because most people are opposed to it. How do we find the people that want to get past that? There should be a way that we're finding folks that want to support that and who don't have to fight their way through hundreds of people that are screaming and yelling about a shelter. And I'm not sure we're as good at that as we should be. Would you agree?
To the Speaker, we're always trying to improve that process, to find champions, to work with them, and to build support for these programs.
And in each neighborhood?
In each neighborhood.
Do you find it odd that city agencies might have people living there that are against shelters, that work hasn't been done? Would you expect that patient work would be done with housing corporations, that we are the shareholder? And can you explain how that work wasn't done in certain places and certain times? Maybe I'll ask this is really a deputy city manager. If you have other city operations,
right,
like Parks and Rec,
sure,
a shelter, a housing, TCH, the seniors housing, how do we get people from there? What's missing that those people are up in arms about having a shelter in the neighborhood? What are we not doing properly yet? I think that's the question.
To the Speaker, I think you're right that there's more we should be doing with those agencies in terms of that connection, that there's a gap there that we could be filling in terms of that connection and support.
And who would do that?
Forward.
What level?
I think that could be certainly through our office and in the Deputy City Manager's office. It could be working directly with the agencies. So we can take that away, Councillor, and look at how to do that and enact that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have some quiet in the council chambers, please?
Anthony's got somebody.
Yeah. No, not you. Councillor Candeville, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. In light of the report for the shelter at 2535 Gerrard, there was mention of the need for a 2-year environmental assessment for the site, given its history with auto body automotive purposes and uses. The community rightfully is concerned about the quality of the environmental assessment as part of this. Can staff speak to the quality and the nature of the assessment?
To the Speaker, thank you for the question. I've been exploring that since our conversation last week, I think, on Monday night. I'm still in the middle of that exploration, but what I have found to date is that there is ongoing monitoring of the landfill in question near that site. And so I think part of the answer, which I'd like a little bit more time to come back to you on, but part of the answer is going to be involving some of the work that's already happening in that area. But we are investigating it. And it's something we'll continue to talk about through the site plan process as well.
I appreciate that. It is of utmost concern from the local community, especially given its proximity to single-family homes, as well as the history going back to the 1940s with the quarry lands, which I think you're familiar with and referenced. So we're hoping that that's attended to and treated with the obvious concerns of impact from it. Moving to the questions raised by Councillor Holiday to our city solicitor, the involvement or consultation that is required with the local councillor, in my opinion, didn't transpire. It was an informational briefing than a consultation. Specifically, the role of consultation vis-a-vis the example of, say, a development application, there's conversation about non-res, commercial retail, affordable housing, public art, public realm. It indeed is a consultation and an involvement. That did not transpire. Wouldn't a consultation involve and include staff presenting the councillor with different options? Would that not allow the local knowledge that we as councillors have obvious experience with as part of the selection within any given ward?
What's your question?
Consultation can take many forms, so not necessarily.
Okay.
So why would there not be greater involvement between shelter staff and the local councillor in when a site is selected?
The add-on to do the monitor has been handled.
Madam Speaker, I think someone other than myself is probably best able to respond to that question.
Can staff
It's not
answer
really
the question?
Yes, to you, Speaker. Councillor, I think there's much room to talk about the proposal and the program that will exist there in the future. The aspect of the location, though, you're right. When we briefed you on the location on Gerrard Street, we didn't come and ask you your opinions about the location. We really engaged with the councillors on how is this site going to be successful as it opens and integrate well with the local community.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. But what I think I want to, underline is that that's not a consultation. That's an information. But I'll move to my next and last question, which is on distribution. As you heard, Gord, in our June 16th meeting, there was members of the community who spoke on the positive benefits of bringing shelters. And in that line, what is staff's plan? Because we're seeing some sites like mine, we've got 6 already, including, the 11 Macy, which has had folks who are perhaps, I guess, high needs. What is the plan about, and we have wards where there are 0 or small shelters. What is the approach to distribution given disparity between wards?
So to the Speaker, it is our intention, our hope that with these 20 new locations, we are looking at a distributive model around the city outside of the downtown core. I mean, I'll tell you that 52 or almost 50% of the shelters are located in wards 10, 11, and 13 in the core. And so we are intentionally moving to site shelters in communities outside of the core and in those communities that perhaps to date have no shelters at all.
Okay,
Thank you. That's it. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Yes, as you just said, Ward 11 is one of the wards with a high concentration of shelters, and in addition, there's a rising tide of fury in my constituents about the encampments and the social disorder that goes with them, the crime, the disruption. What impact would this motion have on your ability to take people out of encampments and into shelters?
To you, Speaker, we are still very much in a housing and homelessness crisis within the City of Toronto. Any delay in opening new programs for people experiencing homelessness will prolong perhaps the number of people that have to find their place to stay in a park or on our city transit system. So we hope to continue to move as quickly as possible with the implementation of this 10-year plan.
How long would this motion delay getting people out of my parks?
So to the Speaker, I can't tell you exactly how long the potential delay may be. We'll want to reconnect with Councillor Pasternak immediately after this meeting and see how we can work with him to satisfy the spirit of the motion and continue our work together.
Are we talking days, weeks, months? Give us some sense of the scale.
To the Speaker, my initial review of the motion could suggest that we're talking days or weeks, but we'll have to continue to talk with the local councillor and ensure that we are meeting the spirit of what he wishes to achieve.
Okay. Well, all right, let me try that again. How long would it take to carry out the consultations that Councillor Pasternak has requested?
So to the Speaker, we can put together a consultation and a meeting fairly quickly. We'll want to let community members know where that consultation is happening, so appropriate notice and communication. That could take a couple of weeks.
All right, so you're talking a couple of weeks. And would you have other work to do to prepare these shelters? Is that work going to continue in the meantime?
To the Speaker, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, we've been down this road before, have we not?
My apologies, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I was asking really a rhetorical question, which was, we've been down this road before, have we not?
To the Speaker, yes, we've had several robust conversations here in the Council chamber about siting shelters.
Yeah. I imagine that no one really wants shelter in their neighborhood. Would you agree?
To the Speaker, my phone's not ringing regularly with leads on locations to site shelters.
Right. So you have a job and a responsibility to provide housing to people who are homeless in the city.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
It's a tall order.
To the Speaker is an all-of-government approach to try and find the best solutions we can.
Right. So the motion is asking you to look at the impact of new shelter locations, right?
Yes.
Right. So the impact would be what in general?
So, Councillor, to you, the motion that's before us really is asking us to do a reset of the community engagement process. Which
Yeah, but
of
it's
course
also
is
asking you to look at the impact, right? I mean, isn't that what it's kind of doing?
You know, to the Speaker, we'll
How
have
it's
to,
impacting the community, right? Isn't that what it's asking you to do? I mean, I understand it's asking you to look at, to consultation, get that, but at the end of the day, the consultation is really looking at the impact with respect to a shelter in a community. Would you not agree?
Yes, it's asking us to look at how we have these conversations and to work with communities and
Right.
best inform them.
So isn't it that people are essentially asking you to ensure that you have programs, you're able to educate people, maybe have other facilities such as healthcare and all of those amenities as it relates to being incorporated in a complex sort of situation dealing with people with homelessness?
To the Speaker, yes, I think you're correct.
Right. So I have that problem in my ward, Dundalk, where we have, I believe it's 59 units, and we were told a specific group of people are going to come in to live. It's not the case. What we actually have are people with very challenging mental health issues that have been initially just unloaded into the community. We got calls about the challenges that they were experiencing, and we responded, did we not?
To the Speaker, yes, we did to that supportive housing project on
Right.
Dundalk.
So how did we get through that where, while it's not perfect, it's a lot better than before? We have a shelter, we're facilitating the needs to protect and provide shelter to people, and at the same time, we're looking at the interests of the community. So my question to you, should you not be looking at bringing in all of those type of services that are needed to facilitate, albeit being utilized by a third party at the outset, which would perhaps mitigate the issues that you're having with a placement of a shelter in the community?
So to the Speaker, that pre-plan, the operational plan is key to the success of the ongoing operation of a shelter.
Right. So beyond communication, beyond consultation, you have to bring a strategy and a plan forward to help the community to understand. Isn't that what we should be doing, as opposed to simply saying we just want consultation? Because generally, consultation is like not in my backyard, and everybody needs to take a bit of the burden, if you will, if that's what we want to describe it as being. Would you not agree?
To the Speaker, yes, I would agree with you.
All right, so we know that they bring challenges because it's the nature of the people. We know that we have to have humanity, we have to be humane to people. We want to do that, otherwise we're going to have people setting up encampment in backyards, parks, and so on. As you and I have discussed, you and your team have helped me dealing with those issues. So we don't want that, but we don't want the shelters either?
To the Speaker, we want to support some of the most vulnerable folks in our city get back on their feet into housing with the supports they need to be successful.
So my final question, Mr. Tanner, what more do you need from us to help you to do your job that we want you to do to be in the best interest of everyone in this city?
So to the Speaker, I think that we will continue to engage council on the needs of these unique shelters as we build them. We need, as staff, to continue to listen to the communities that we are working in, to understand the unique features of those communities and be ready to respond at times with additional resources, additional partnerships to ensure the success of these programs.
Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you. And through Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Tanner. First question, would you consider yourself to be an expert in your field?
To you, Speaker, I've worked in this field for 20 years at the city and been working with folks who are homeless for 30 years, so it's been a while.
And I agree, you are an expert in your field. I'll say it out loud.
And what is your question?
I asked my first question.
Okay.
And also, to one of your comments, you mentioned that your phone doesn't ring a lot in people, wanting to assist you in alleviating some of the pressures, when it comes to those who are underhoused. Would you agree that you and I have a great working relationship in trying to actually bring up the housing stock or shelter stock, especially in Toronto Centre?
To you, Speaker, yes.
Yeah. And some of the things we're working on, for example, the George Street revitalization that will bring a lot of people in-house. Can you maybe talk about that a little bit?
Certainly. To you, Speaker, the George Street revitalization project will be a $500 million investment in the downtown east to redevelop Seton House, Toronto's largest homeless shelter for men, into a long-term care home, supportive housing, and a new customized shelters to support people with unmet health needs.
And also, are you aware of the Le Pastorel housing on Girard that just opened up recently?
To the Speaker, yes, to serve refugee claimants, Francophone refugee claimants,
for
support them.
Black Francophone people, from Africa. So, again, Toronto Centre has a lot of these resources, but we still make space for more people where we can.
To you, Speaker, that's correct.
Yeah. And do you think that my ward is a model that perhaps other wards should maybe aspire to be when it comes to supporting those who are marginalized across the city?
To the Speaker, the work that's happening in Toronto Centre is remarkable, and certainly we need more of that support in wards right across the city of Toronto.
Yeah, thank you. Those are my questions.
So the ward is open, right, Councillor Moyes? Councillor Moyes, so you want more in your ward? Okay. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Pasternak to speak. Yes. Yes? Councillor Pasternak to speak. Okay.
So I have a motion that complements what's before us. When I brought that motion, and remember this is a deferred item, the consultation process had fallen off the rails. So I'm moving another motion here so that we can work with city staff to do a reset of the community engagement process related to the proposed shelter at 1220 Wilson Avenue, including liaison with the local councillor and addressing multilingual requirements before advancing the construction at this site. Now, I will acknowledge that homelessness is probably the most challenging social or urgent social issue of our times. When I arrived at City Hall, I believe we had somewhere in the vicinity of 2,500, 3,000 people in our shelters every evening at peak times during the winter, and now it's over 10,000. And quite frankly, shelters will not solve the problems that we face. The only way to solve homelessness is massive investments in mental health, massive investments in harm reduction, and making sure there's programming to transition people who have had homelessness back into society. One of the urban myths of these discussions about shelters is that the inner suburbs do not have any or have very few. I can tell you that we have the Canadian Mental Health Association on Wilson Avenue, the North York Women's Shelter on Shepherd Avenue, homeless shelter at 1677 Wilson Avenue, and another homeless shelter at 1651 Shepherd Avenue West. When staff, in my ward, I have over 600 vacant acres of land that's mostly residential. And when staff met with me, they said they were going to put the shelter in between a middle school and a daycare. The next thing we knew, we were coming towards Christmas time, and staff sent me a note saying we're sending out notifications 2 weeks before Christmas. I said, look, this is inappropriate. Why are you getting people upset during the Christmas season? Wait till January. And the notices went out anyway. The next thing we discovered was that notifications went out in and around the second week of May 2025. The only reason councillors found out about it is they started getting deluged with calls from the residents saying, what's this all about? The people logged on to this virtual town hall. I, like many others, could not get on, and we were flooded with complaints the next day. The next thing we realized was there was a pop-up on June the 23rd, 2025, at the Roding Community Center in our area, and we did agree to that. And I must say that Public Progress, which is a third-party convener, I thought that went quite well, despite some of the anxiety in the room. You know, we cannot get this done unless we get buy-in from the public. We must do better when it comes to addressing public concerns and making sure that they feel part of the process. But when you look at what's going on across many divisions, whether it be planning, whether it be transit, whether it be social housing, whether it be shelter housing, we're increasingly ignoring the people who support us, increasingly ignoring the people who pay taxes in the city and are entitled to an opinion. And we just cannot treat people like that. And when it comes to councillors, I mean, if we don't know what's going on, if staff are not telling us what's happening, then how can we communicate with our local constituents? How can we be a source of information and knowledge? As for this site on Wilson Avenue, I think it is a doomed site. It is right next to a daycare. It is right next to a middle school. And I think the real opportunity here is to look at a partnership on the Humber River Hospital campus, which is across the street, and look at a done model, a supportive housing solution that will provide positive outcomes and not be just another storage facility for homeless people. And those conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, and through Madam Speaker. To your question earlier as to whether I want more shelters in my ward, the answer is no, to be quite clear. We have had our fair share in Toronto Centre of shelters. We are busting at the seams when it comes to shelters and support housing in Toronto Centre. And this is why I support that this responsibility was delegated to staff, and that they use their expertise and knowledge to actually equitably distribute shelters across the city. Nobody wants shelters in their community. We know that. But there are homeless people living across the entire city. There are many underhoused, and there are many that are close to being underhoused. I had a meeting in my constituent office last week with a family of 8 living in a 1-bedroom. I asked, how is that even possible? How do you all live this way? The oldest actually is an 18-year-old who just started going to TMU, an 18-year-old girl. I said to her, like, you know, you are a young lady. I'm sure you would like some privacy for yourself. Her brother was 17, and the youngest is 4 years old. that actually traumatized me. And those are people living across the city on the brink, and they need our support. And it's not a matter of just paying taxes. You know, we all pay taxes. Everyone in this chamber pays taxes. And maybe at some point, some of these people paid taxes, and then they fell through the cracks, and they stopped paying taxes. Hopefully, one day they'll pay taxes again. But that doesn't mean that they are lesser than, and they are not part of our communities. And we need to support those who are on the brink and those who are doing well, and working with community. I think it's up to staff to bring people along, meaning bringing community along, and explaining, you know, that this is an essential service. It is an essential service. Everyone should have housing. It is a right. And so again, it's unfortunate, to Councillor Thompson's point, that we here again to discuss this time and time again. I mean, really, it's unacceptable. And I've been here for 3 years, and this keeps coming up again and again. So I just want to say out loud, I'm happy that this is delegated to staff. I'm satisfied with the work staff does on a regular basis. I work very closely with Mr. Tanner and his team, especially when it comes to the encampment strategy that's being used in Allen Gardens, in Moss Park, in St. James Park, in Trinity Square. I mean, I've been all over it. And I am very proud of the work that they do in housing people. And they've had many great successes. But that's only possible because we're actually increasing the housing stock across the city. So if you want people out of your parks, on your laneways, in front of your empty storefronts, you do that by actually creating housing for people. And the approach that is before us and the approach that they're taking in having actually smaller housing facilities, that has worked. You know, I live in Cabbagetown, and a block away there is a women's housing with about, I think, 20 women in there. And honestly, I walk by there every day. I don't even know that it exists. They are just part of the community, and they're supported and respected. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to my colleagues, this has certainly been a difficult start to the new year for many of us with shelters in our ward. And as a councillor with a shelter in my ward that I am supporting, we have done a huge amount of work and have been engaged very deeply with both the staff at TS3, the consultant on the file, and of course our local community on all sides of this issue. I just want to underscore and agree with the comments from our general manager, Mr. Tanner, about the work that councillors can do to actually support a good outcome in each of these neighborhoods. And we heard about the examples in Speaker Nunziata's ward, where initially there was some concerns, and the council worked closely with staff once the site was selected on how to make sure that the programming and the sort of parameters of this particular site is a fit for the community, is properly supported, and ultimately meets the goals that we share as council. And that, frankly, is our responsibility within our city. So it has been a rough ride. I think that's fair to say, and I think we can all agree. And there's more work for us to be doing, more collaboratively with partners across our agencies, with local community partners, and again, with folks who are concerned, who have real anxiety and real fears about what the implementation or delivery of shelter spaces in their communities will look like and what that will be. We need to continue to tell the story of how we have learned from our past mistakes and what efforts and investments we are making to do this right with care and dignity for people at the heart of what we're doing. And it's not just the clients being served within a shelter system and shelter spaces, but also the neighboring communities that are going to be welcoming these shelters. And so, again, I do think it's important. Well, of course, everyone's entitled to their opinion. We have work to do. And the more time we spend talking about realities we're all navigating, the longer and further away we push community safety, community health, equity, and inclusion outside of our reach. So I just want to encourage my colleagues to think about the best ways to be continuing to work closely amongst ourselves as colleagues within our communities and with our staff. I have great optimism for what we can do together if we have a good lens on what we want to accomplish. And the last thing I just want to say, Madam Speaker, is this council sent a clear message through our former Deputy Mayor and current MP, Jennifer McKelvey, with the support of this council, calling on the province of Ontario to step up to their responsibilities as it relates to accessible mental health care and addiction support. Our shelter spaces are not meant to be a catch-all for people who are having complex and significant challenges that are healthcare related. We need to have good partnerships and clear accessible supports for these folks, and the shelter system is not always that answer. And those are real concerns people are having, and we need to have real, stern, and frank conversations with other orders of government about their responsibilities and how they're going to step up to ensure that we are able to work together to the kind of healthy, complete, and inclusive communities we all deserve. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'm rising in support of the amendment motion from Councillor Pasternak. I do absolutely recognize how urgently we need many more shelter spaces with thousands of desperate people, so many living outside in extreme weather, heat, flooding, rain, cold, snow. People need a place to sleep that's safe. And they can't all be concentrated in 3 downtown wards. So I do understand the logic for the process to delegate this to staff, but I also respect the concerns expressed by Councillor Pasternak. So I'm really delighted to hear that his request for reset of engagement can be accommodated without delaying the opening of the new shelter. The shelter that's going to take place I sort of lost the address of the shelter. There we are. So the shelter is going to be placed at 1220 Wilson Avenue, and it's clear it's going to be there. This isn't a whether or not, this isn't a when or not, this is community engagement, but it's not going to delay the opening of the shelter. And under those circumstances, I'm happy to support the motion. We need more places for people to go, and we need to build some support from the communities that must host them. And I hope that we can do both of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to share some good news. The neighborhood of Willowdale will be hosting Toronto's first ever Indigenous women's shelter. And I am really excited about partnering with such an incredible organization. I have worked with Pamela Hart on the IPV file, and so she is a fierce advocate for Indigenous women, and they have 40 years of proven experience of loving people, meeting them where they're at, connecting them to their cultural roots, and bringing them on a journey of transformation. And I have no doubt that she will bring the same kind of magic to 68 Shepherd West in Willowdale. Now, that being said, I do have some thoughts about this consultation process, because I always say this, change happens at the speed of trust. And when we're bringing significant change to a community, we can either blow up the neighborhood and then have to deal with a lot of resistance, or spend the first initial months building a strong foundation of trust and connectivity, and now we're all sailing together towards the same goal. And I think we need to work towards some better foundation building. I think that this process could be improved a great deal if people knew who the operator was and who the demographic is when the shelter location is announced. Because in the absence of that, everybody goes to the worst case scenario. And in my neighborhood, that worst case scenario happened at 5800 Yonge Street when during COVID it became the largest low barrier shelter in Canada with over 400 residents who needed far more support than what was being able to be provided, and it significantly impacted my community, and that has created difficulty in building trust. So I was upset to find out about the zoning meeting that was going to happen through a resident and not from city staff. That was trust breaking. So we all need to be on a team together, and that does take time. And it's hard when you have a raging fire and people's lives are at stake, our city budget is at stake. But I truly believe that it's not a net loss of time when you spend time building the foundation of trust. I think you can move quicker later on as you've built momentum and you've built that trust, rather than starting a war and now everybody goes into these meetings with their fists up and their defenses up. So I hope that in the future, no meetings are notified without councillors' offices knowing about them. And I hope that in the weeks and months to come, in these 6 projects and beyond, that there is time for residents to have meaningful impact. Because the worst thing that we can do is spend all this time, effort, and money to have the consultation only to proceed as planned without any incorporation of residents' ideas. Because what is at stake is not just the implementation of these projects, but also future shelter projects. Because as we lose trust in this process, it will trickle out across the city. But similarly, as we gain trust here, it will also trickle out across the city. So let's do this right. Let's spend the time, have the conversations, and make sure that residents' input has meaningful impact. Because the other thing that is at stake is trust in our democracy. People are increasingly angry. We see that in all facets of our work. Just open any councillor's inbox and you will get a full feel of the anger that is threaded through our city. And if we build trust, we show people that showing up does make a difference. It will strengthen their trust in our city, in our democracy, and then they will show up and bring their gifts and talents and contribute to that best outcome, because the best outcome is not one where we are doing all the lifting, but we lift together. So I look forward to continuing meaningful consultation, and I look forward to embarking on an Indigenous-led process to start this first ever Indigenous women's shelter in Willowdale.
Thank you. Councillor Candavel to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to this was being, of course, a challenging experience, particularly as Councillor Cheng mentioned, the operations moving towards the virtual meeting, which similarly found out through a member of the community and not through staff, despite our office's communication that this is better done in person. And come the virtual consultation day, we had staff had immense technical problems. In fact, it took me 10 minutes to get into the meeting and another 10 minutes to be promoted to a panelist. So these are some of the concerns we outlined prior to the organization of these virtual meetings. There were a lot of challenges that were shared by seniors in our community, those who English is not their strongest or first language, that we should have been acute and aware to given our commitments to equity, etc. So equity of access is best provided through it in person, and it brings home the conversations in a more real and meaningful way, which we did find out and experience on June 16th. In our
I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Councillor.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Get a little closer to the mic.
To the phone? Okay, all right. Hopefully this is better. Let me know. The other thing I want to reiterate, as I did with my questions, is the concerns coming around the historical use of the lands for the selected shelter in regards to the environmental assessment of the methane gas that has been detected on site. Second, I think it's important to I don't think there's a need for me to amend Councillor Pasternak's motion, but I do think some level of reset and continued and deeper engagement with the community is necessary on this site and within my ward. So I want to reiterate, and I know Deputy City Manager Basil is supportive and has been responsive to the concerns and questions coming from the community. And lastly, I think it's very important that we reflect on the distribution model. Very often, community members have pointed out the disparity in why some wards have no shelters and there's a concentration in some. And we heard that today, that is going to be intentional. And I hope that's fulfilled, not just in letter, but spirit. And lastly, I do think we need to reflect on the language Councillor Holiday pointed out in regards to the legal commitments and the interpretation of the word consultation. To me, it requires and insists on at least greater communication, but more recognition that we as councillors know our communities very intimately, and given, as we heard from planning staff, the wide breadth of locations that are permitted through legislation, that tells us we have tremendous opportunity through real consultation to give insight to staff on what sites will work and what will have challenges and what won't work. So I hope going forward, this experience informs the next set of site selections. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker Nunziata, you're up.
I don't know. Okay, I'll just keep my mouth shut. I just want to give you, and I spoke to Gord. I just want to talk about the shelter that went at Runnymede, and it's been mentioned. What happened in my ward is that there was a Goodwill that was at the corner of St. Clair and Runnymede, right next door to Walmart. And the city decided they were going to put a shelter there. Goodwill left, and they're going to put a shelter there. So I had a meeting, and there was hundreds of people yelling and screaming and threatening. And so what we did is I sat down with city staff. The city hired a facilitator at that time. And the mayor came out and met with a few of the residents. The mayor at the time was John Tory, came out and met with some of them. And what we did is we formed a working group, and we had residents from my ward and also from Councillor Perks' ward, because the shelter was just in the boundary of the two wards.
Doucette.
No, it was Councillor Perks.
Okay.
It was, okay, whoever. It was Councillor Perks' ward. Was it Doucette?
Yes.
Well, she wasn't there. Okay, anyway. But whatever. We had this committee, and we worked, and what we did is we worked with the architect, actually. The city hired an architect to do the design of the shelter and what the community wanted to see and hear. So the community was involved with the shelter and where we should put the kitchen, where we should put the community room, and sat down. And from 99 spaces, they went down to, I believe it was 50 spaces. And so the community was involved in that whole process of designing actually the shelter. And it was used for community space. So at the end of the day, we got 50 shelters, 50, and from 99. But at the time when they proposed it, there was no transit at all on St. Clair. I don't think the staff realized that the St. Clair streetcar ended at Guns Road. And going west, there was no transit at all. So We did get increased transit. We got a bus that came along St. Clair Avenue, that went down St. Clair Scarlet Road, and we got the bus, we were able to accommodate the transit. But at the time, when the staff looked at that site, there was no transit and there was no services. But after, through consultation, working with the community, we were able to get those services. So it took a while, but the community was very engaged in that. And I think that that's when, and I believe Councillor Fletcher at the time, at committee, we discussed it at committee, and we discussed moving forward on what we should be doing with upcoming shelters and the working with staff and how they should engage more the community. I believe, Councillor Fletcher, that was your motion at committee at the time, and that's when that motion was presented. So I just wanted to give a little bit of experience what happened in my ward. We were able to work with the community, but it was difficult at the time. But I think that staff from day one, if they came forward and suggested all those recommendations and what they were going to do rather than 99-50, I think we would have calmed the community down a lot faster than it took us to calm them all down. So that's why I'm saying it's important that you engage the community at an early stage.
Thank you very much. Next up, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I could just ask my colleagues just for a bit of quiet. There's been a couple of really important comments. Councillor Nunziata said, you should engage the community early. I would say consult the community early. And if you really want to have a success in the creation of a new place, a new structure, a new institution, you've got to bring people along in that process. And if it starts out as a fight, it's going to carry on as a fight for a very long time. Another councillor mentioned, Councillor Cheng actually mentioned the word trust. And I think councillors need to pay attention to what is happening right now with respect to trust between citizens and their government. And if you don't think it's waning, you're not paying attention. And it comes forward in many, many council discussions. We had some just yesterday about changes to our zoning bylaws. And I can only reinforce with council is that trust is lacking. And it's because people often feel that the government is heavy-handed, where they ram things through, or they don't bother asking people what they think before they do it. And shelters, I acknowledge, are a very difficult set of city assets to manage, to deal with. But you have to engage the community throughout the process. I heard the words distributive model. And if you're going to engage or consult or work with a community and you position the shelter as a service to that community, then you want to talk to the community and ask them, is this what you need? Is this what you would like? And that way, you may have agreement. But if you look at it as a distributive model, I'll remind members of council, it's not distributing shelters, these abstract or maybe even physical things. It's distributing people. And how do citizens in one of the areas then read that? Well, they read that as the downtown, distributing homeless people out to the suburbs because they don't want them downtown. And how do you think that conversation starts out? So, Speaker and Deputy Speaker, I can only impress on you, we have a broken system here, and Council made a decision in 2017, which is 8 years ago. I think there's countless examples if you look in the media. And the latest is 3rd Street in Etobicoke. It's close enough to Ward 2 that I've heard about it, where people are very upset on this process, and they don't think it's working, and I don't think it's working. I think we need to fix it. But there's one other aspect to today's discussion that I want to make sure I point out to Council because it's important. I asked some questions about the role of a councillor in all of this process. And I heard really clearly from staff that they said, they inform the councillor as a courtesy. Interestingly enough, they do this before they go firm. I clarified that. And going firm is committing. I take note of that. They inform the councillor before they commit to it. And then I looked at the wording of council's decisions, and there's a caveat in there. There's a hook. And it says that they're supposed to consult the councillor on real estate transactions, and it's codified. And the solicitor gave us a bit of feedback that, you know, it's not about informing people, it's about consulting. And what I didn't get an answer to is when those things don't match up. And if a councillor says, thanks for consulting me, I think it's a bad idea, don't do it, and staff move forward because they have delegated authority, well, how do we resolve that? Are they actually consulting? And if I'm hearing that the councillor is informed and then they don't have a decision in it, then what are we talking about here? Do we have a broken process? And what we actually have is a maze. And again, I'll refer to the discussion just yesterday about sixplexes when the city council pointed to the federal government saying, well, it's their fault. I'm sure if you ask the federal government, they'll point to the city and say it's the city's fault. You know who's left at the end? Is the citizen, saying, well, then whose fault it is? I don't understand how city council can abrogate its responsibility to staff. Therefore, staff would have to take responsibility and accountability, and they don't have it under this process. I think we need to fix this. People really don't trust us.
Thank you.
And these processes are not building trust. So, Speaker, I think this is one of the most important issues that we've talked about at City Council today. And I would urge councillors to turn their mind to it. I think we're going to hear more about it. This is not the last time.
I'm sure. Thank you. Next is Councillor Carroll. 1 second, please. There's a lot of C's in this council.
Madam Speaker, I wasn't going to put my name on the list. I can support the motions, but, you know, I think we have to give ourselves a bit of a check here, and it can start with just looking it up in the dictionary. The definition of the word consultation seems to have taken on a meaning other than that in Merriam-Webster, the Cambridge Dictionary. It is a meeting to discuss something or to get advice. It doesn't say a meeting to give your opinion and then be obeyed. That's not what it says here. Exactly. There's a meeting to discuss something and seek advice. And if we want to help situate these facilities, if we want to help staff do what we know must be done, and we know what must be done, we need to empty out what is left of our pandemic emergency shelter hotels because they are wholly inappropriate places for people to be sheltered. And we need to build what we know to be the best and most successful model. The policy we adopted before the pandemic even began, we knew that smaller is better, neighborhood is better, and that we needed to be serving people across the map, not in 3 wards. Only 3 wards are now housing 50% of those people who need to live in a shelter. 50% across 3 wards out of 25. So yeah, we should consult. And we should be honest with our constituents about what that means. Sometimes what it means is we're seeking your advice on how best to fit this facility into our community. Not whether or not it should be in our community, how best to make this work. Who better to ask than the residents? But let's be honest with them about what we're asking them. We need to make this work, and we need to make it work all over the city. You as residents can help. How best can we make this new use in our community be a success? How best can we make sure that we've put this facility to work in such a way in our community that we all know, me and my constituents, we know it so well. How best can we have this facility operate such that these people could spend the shortest amount of time in the facility and be moving back out into housing? In my community, Madam Speaker, the people that are in the one permanent shelter, the one appropriate place, I have 2 giant hotels, but I have one appropriate shelter. Wish I had 4 more so I could empty those hotels out. But the people in that shelter haven't come from very far. They are, like my residents, by and large suburban. And they want to be in the community they're used to. And by being there, they find themselves more likely to find the housing situation they need. Maybe they stay close to the school where their kids might be, living with another parent, and the single parent, having fallen on hard times, can at least be near them, not become totally detached, and might even find a way. You know what my shelter has? It is parking. Sometimes people become completely homeless, but they still own a car. And if they get rid of that car, now they can't be employed. In the suburbs, we can create shelter situations where we're not devastating someone and say, better get rid of that car because you now live at the corner of George Street in Dundas. They can keep it because it attaches them to the life they used to have and is part of the pathway back. We can provide that. We can provide that in the suburbs in a way that you can't downtown. It has to be part of the model. And so the consultation has to be why here and how best to make it fit. And we need to be honest. Sure, push the reset button, make the engagement meaningful, but be honest about what it's about. It's about how to make this work. It's not yes or no, bring your pitchforks and we're driving it out of here, because that's not possible anymore. We know that from the sheer numbers of the people who need this help. And there's only municipalities to give that help.
5 seconds.
And so let's be honest and get on with the job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I'm not going to take very long, but I just wanted to thank you, Councillor Carroll, for actually clearing up the definition of consultation, because I think in some minds consultation means we're going to let you know it's happening and then you can make a decision. And it's one of the reasons why we went to the new model, because there was some kind of thought process that if you came to City Hall and if you made enough deputations at committee, that somehow we'd say, no, that doesn't have to go there. I'm going to say that this is still a work in progress. I think from 2017,
Okay.
and I don't mean to be critical.
Okay, hold on,
What?
hold on.
What?
There's noise.
Yes, there's noise right here.
Councillor Matlow, Councillor Burnside, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Did you get in
Thank
trouble?
you.
Did you get in
Okay,
trouble?
go ahead.
Thank you very much. I don't know who, did you, if you pointed that out. So this kind of idea that we can stop this, it is, it's very, so the whole idea was we have to let everybody in the city know that there are people that have nowhere to live and we want to create a shelter and we're going to run it very well. I'd say what happened in the middle of that, the pandemic happened. So instead of 2018 going forward to today, we had this situation in the middle for a number of years with these shelter hotels that doesn't matter how great of an operator you were, that was going to be a problem. The pandemic was a problem. But now we have to get back to the fact that we need places for people to stay, not forever, to get on their feet. And I know that Mr. Tanner talked about the New Hope shelter. That was very difficult to site. It is on an arterial. People were very worried. We built into that a whole number of things that are very positive, such as the Jobs Board, the Housing Board. There's somebody that comes there. There's social services. And we built space in the shelter. And it was Salvation Army operating it. There's space in the shelter to do those things. So it's not a warehouse. It's actually an entry location to get yourself back on your feet and get out there and try to find a job in a very, very difficult market. As I'd mentioned, gone from people who are very upset to visiting, to bringing things, to dropping things off, to having parties, and supporting the shelter. If something goes wrong, then I think those shelter staff from Salvation Army and others hear about it. There was a community liaison committee that had to be set up. It worked. There's no need for that any longer. It's not something that's required because it's showing it's operating very well. And I do think we have to have standards of operation. And Councillor Nunziata, on your shelter, it went from something that was a big problem to people. Actually, I think they play bingo there. I don't know what they do in there, but they go in and they interact with the residents. At the end of the day, there are many people in our communities that have very good hearts. And those are the people that will support the shelter. If it's a well-run operation, must be well-run. And there are, everybody knows if there's a problem, what you're going to do, who you're going to call. Shelter division, no, that's not working for the community. Because it's not a typical type of housing. In your residence where there are single-family homes or apartment buildings, now you have a different type of housing model. And yes, there are those places in the city that traditionally have had a lot of shelters, some of them very well run, others not that well run. And I think just to ensure that trust is there, what's the operational model? What else is going to be there for these folks that are coming in? This, maybe consultation is the wrong word. Maybe it's an information session, because consultation lets people think. I'm going to ask you what you think, and what you think, if you think no, somehow that's supposed to have some weight. If enough people think no, it's not going to happen. That's not the model that we're using, so perhaps our language needs to be updated in some way that it's clear what that conversation is with the community.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion that will amend very slightly the recommendation in this item, simply to add, if requested by the local councillor, and this is done in the spirit of what you've heard here today from staff, which is there's every intention to ensure that those community conversations are ongoing, substantive, and help local councillors get to yes. Because this is ultimately what we have to do here. We have a generational change happening here. We want to get out of very expensive shelter hotel leases that don't have great outcomes for people who are living in them, and put a lot of pressure in the local community because they're not built as shelters. And we heard from the general manager of Toronto Shelter that we could save more than $3.2 million a year just on making this move. Were we able to get to 6? Then we get to 20, because ultimately what we need is 20. Why does this matter? Because people are becoming homeless in every pocket of this city. I looked at the street needs assessment in 2017, which is a federally mandated count that happens. And 30% of people who were homeless were becoming homeless in Scarborough in the city of Toronto. That's 1 out of 6 former municipalities. So when you ask yourself, why is there going to be a shelter in Scarborough? That's why. When I talk to the Executive Directors Network for the agencies in Scarborough, they say one of the most important things that we need, whether it's in Etobicoke or Scarborough or North York, is for people who are becoming homeless in these areas to be able to stay close to home. It's not fair to have to be going downtown to get services, completely lose track and lose connection with our friends and our network of support, the people that we visited at the community center. That's not good for anyone, and that creates more negative outcomes. Think about Lorenzo Berardinetti, who shared his own story, having sat here in this chamber, having been a member of provincial parliament, and now speaking about his own experience of how a shelter was his first step back into home. That's absolutely crucial, and he's willing to come here and talk to all of you. I've spoken to him directly. He's very willing to tell his story. It can happen to absolutely anyone. And it does. There are all kinds of people who live in shelters. And I think it's really important that we think about that more carefully. I didn't jump up on a point of personal privilege with respect to what Councillor Holliday said, but I'm doing it now directly to say that you cannot, it is not fair or accurate to say that we are sending people from downtown into the suburbs who are homeless. That is completely inaccurate. People are becoming homeless all over this city. In fact, I looked at the poverty rate in central Etobicoke. There are pockets in central Etobicoke that have 30% poverty rates, and when you look at children, it's 40%. Some of those people are ending up in the shelters downtown in 3 wards, in 2 wards. Those people need to stay close to home. They need to be in a place where they can get housing ready again, and that's our responsibility. Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it saves a whole whack of money. It actually ensures the future of this city. And I will be supporting Councillor Pasternak's amendment. I think that it is important to get out there and talk and have those conversations, and those multilingual conversations matter. I also want to say that as chair of the committee, I have a shelter coming at Dufferin and St. Clair. And I've been supportive of it right from the very beginning, and I've had very heated conversations, lively exchanges, have answered every question, have countered every piece of misinformation in a respectful way with my constituents and my neighbors, because it's a couple of blocks away from my home. I can tell you that we do need to equip councillors very well to be able to have those conversations, to be able to say, you know what, my responsibility here is not to fight what's happening, because this is part of a citywide plan, and my role as governing in this chamber is to govern for the entire city. But it's actually to help all of us get together so that this is a successful shelter, a good neighbor in this community, and an asset. That's our job. And do we need to be better equipped to do that? Yes. And I know that the shelter division, the Deputy City Manager's office, has been very responsive to my continuing requests and questions and engagement on behalf of my colleagues who already have the 6 shelters, that we do better, that we have the best possible materials, that we have all available information, that we can communicate with appropriate question and answer sheets, so that we can get to the place where we can celebrate that we found solutions to one of the most difficult problems that we face. Not one person who spoke today said it's not important to have shelters and to solve homelessness, and for that, I thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, on the amendment, we'll put it on the screen by Councillor Bravo. On favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Matlow, may we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative. And Mayor Chow, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Yes.
Affirmative. Thank you. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, on Councillor Pasternak's motion. As amended. Oh, it's not amended. Okay, on Councillor Pasternak's motion, recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak's. Councillor Bravo amended Councillor Pasternak's. Oh, okay. Okay.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Where is Councillor Perruzza? Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. I was looking on the screen. I know, I didn't know he was here. No, he was here all afternoon. Oh, has he? Oh, okay.
Mayor Chow, can we please have your vote verbally?
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-1.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay. So
Madam
we will
Speaker?
now go to our next item, which is EX 24.2, Assessment of City Impacts from Bill 17. Councillor Holliday held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If you do, please put your name on the screen. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. You just bear with me for a second while I arrange my papers here. To the CFO, I wanted to understand the impacts of some of the recommendations before us. And I'll try to keep it general. Do I generally understand that if development charges are reduced or held at the same value, that those costs, I guess as a principle, then would be passed on to property taxpayers, or the city would then have to curtail its capital plans? Like one or the other or both?
To the Speaker, those would essentially be the two options available, to the extent that development charges are not available to pay for the required infrastructure to support the growth.
Right. Okay. And again, without diving deep into details or numbers, I just want to make sure I understand the impacts of the recommendations before us. So recommendation 1 has a couple of parts. Recommendation 2, 3, and number 4 talks about amending Municipal Code Chapter 415 to consider a longer term. Sorry, can you tell me what the effect is of number 4? What's the mechanics of it? What are you doing with this? Is mandatory indexing.
Sorry, I was looking at a different recommendation, I suppose. In terms of indexing, what is being proposed is that we do freeze rates at the current level. Essentially, when we were looking at the impact of that, that's roughly $12 million a year in terms of the incremental increase based on current rates.
But as a principle, if we freeze the rates, the DCs are lower in time, but then that has to be picked up by property taxpayers.
To the Speaker, we do include an indexing provision in our current background study. The intent of the indexing provision is to account for the increase in the cost of delivering the capital of infrastructure. So by freezing that, you could expect that then would have to either be borne by other means in terms of the capital program, or decisions are made.
So pressure, and those two other means again are curtailing the capital program or passing it on to property taxpayers, because the cost went up and we didn't collect as much.
So this was something that was proposed through the capital budget process, and it was determined that we could accommodate this without an impact to our capital program. But generally, to the extent that you don't fully collect DCs, again, the options are you either find other sources, either tax-supported debt, or you have to curtail the capital program.
Okay, and so number 5 refers to that item. We'll skip number 6 and number 7. Again, this is telling the ministry that the city would like to control the percentage of affordable units. And how does that play out with respect to the DCs?
Sorry, Councillor, I think the file I'm looking at, is it City Council requests the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to allow the city to determine inclusionary zoning requirements?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And so does that impact the DCs?
I may turn to my colleagues.
If it doesn't affect DC,
No
so just
DC
say no.
impact.
Okay. Okay, the following one also talks about development charge rates with respect to agreements that are normally reached at conditional or below grade permits. Again, without going deep into the details of, as a principle of this, we are effectively charging less DCs. Is that correct?
To the speaker, yes. This recommendation essentially would see the city applying the lesser of the rates versus the current process that we undertake.
Okay, so I highlighted a couple of things that are before us in this report, and is it just a fair summary, just the plainest sense? We're doing a few things with DCs for a number of reasons, but they ultimately result in likely less DCs paid by the development industry and the new homeowners. And so those either need to be absorbed by the city or passed on to taxpayers. This is just a basic principle.
To the speaker, absolutely correct. So essentially the two impacts. One is either a deferral of when we expect to receive funds. That has an impact on the funds available through our 10-year capital window, or other actions that essentially would mean less DCs paid to the city in support of growth projects.
Okay, yeah, and one of them was about, the collection point of deferral of DCs results in a cash flow issue, and again, one of the recs is to ask the province to help us with that.
That was your last question.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Conforti. I just have two questions. One is with the deferral of the DC charges, when is it going to be taking effect? Because we do have current files that developers have asked for the deferral based on the voting that had happened already at the legislature. So we just want to know, when is it going to be taking effect at the City of Toronto?
To the speaker, so Bill 17 has identified the deferral. There is going to be required a proclamation from the province to enact that. We expect that to happen shortly, although I don't have the exact date as to when that will occur.
And to your comments before about basically about the buffer in the funds that are being collected, would we not be able to have a buffer of about 12 to 15 million dollars that would have the cushion for the year, and that way it wouldn't affect our operations?
To the speaker, so the impacts that are identified here, there are two essential impacts that you see coming out of the recommendations in this report as primarily a result of Bill 17. The greatest impact is a deferral in terms of when we expect to receive funds. That is a $1.9 billion impact that is generally going to be felt most in the next 5 years. We do have about $2.8 billion in the reserves today, but we also have over $6 billion in commitments against our capital plan. So it will require us to review our capital plan and ensure that funds are at hand at the time that they're needed to support the approved capital work. It could result, to some extent, deferral of projects that we would be reflected in next year's capital budget.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Yeah, Speaker, I'll just make the note. We often miscite that there's a lot of money that is buried deep in these reports. And some of the questions I asked the CFO about, this relief on DCs that is flogged by the industry ultimately gets paid by someone. And whether we as a city or as a community need to see our capital plan get squeezed down or slowed down, or we have to see the property tax base go up, what we collect from property taxpayers, they create pressure, and it's meaningful. And in some cases, these are really, really big numbers. So, Speaker, because of that, I would like to vote separately on items 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. And I believe that those propositions stand on their own. I know I sent that to the clerks earlier, but 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. And there just be a single vote, and the rest is fine. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Sorry. I had wanted to ask questions, and I tried to put my name on, so I missed that opportunity. I'm actually working on a motion right now, so
Okay.
I'm not really ready to speak just yet, but I...
Do we want us to hold the item
Would you
down?
mind, please?
Okay.
I'd really
all right.
appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just typing it.
So we'll go to the next item then. Councillor Holyday, you held it down, EX 24.4, leveraging city-owned real estate to support city council objectives. Do we have questions? Councillor Holyday, questions? If you can put your name on the screen, please, Councillor Holyday. Is it not working? Can somebody put Councillor Holyday on? Oh, there you are. Okay. Councillor Holyday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. In this report, and it's come up quick, there's a mention of a community recreation center in Ward 2, and I think in brackets it said Martin Grove and Eglinton. Could staff elaborate on what they're talking about with that? And under what program under this report it's being looked at?
Chair, the Parks and Recreation 10-year capital plan includes funding for a central Etobicoke community center. That's the project we're referring to.
Yes, it does. But I think this report is talking about leveraging city real estate, and that was in here. And if I may be so bold to partly answer the question, I thought it talked about in the section where it was co-location opportunities with residential. Can anyone confirm that? Did I read that right?
Chair and Councillor, you read that correctly. So the report's identifying future projects in the capital plan that have an opportunity for housing co-location that will be explored subsequent to this report.
So where's the community recreation center going in Etobicoke Center at Martin Grove and Eglinton?
Through the chair, staff are evaluating a number of city-owned properties in the Eglinton corridor in central Etobicoke.
There's only one spot.
You know the local geography very well, Councillor. There's a number of spots at the Martin Grove and Eglinton intersection that we're looking to take to the community soon in cooperation with you.
And are they parkland?
On the northeast corner, at the Richu Reservoir, there's parkland there.
Okay, and is that one of the spots?
It certainly is, Councillor.
So I want to bring this right back to my question. So staff are looking at a community recreation center on parkland, nothing radical there, but this report tells us that there's then going to be residential on top of that. So is that what report is telling us, is that staff want to build residential in the park?
Through the chair, as directed by the last year's council direction, we're identifying opportunities where both community recreation and housing may well be combined.
Okay.
And there's certain principles which speak to protecting green space, for example, building above the footprint of the community center, not in parkland itself.
Shadows? Shadows looked at?
Would be part of any planning considerations for any
Okay, but
future
yeah, just to be
application.
crystal clear on this report is inferring that the city would then start to build residential buildings, I'm going to guess an apartment building, in a city park, in the plainest sense.
In keeping with the principles that are put in front of council for its consideration today.
Okay. There are lots of ideas for parking lots in this particular report. Some of them, I suspect, might use them for park purposes. If I'm looking at a parking lot and it's really close to another park, like why would we do that? Why would we shut down a utility to build more park if there's one nearby?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what we did through this report is to assess and working with the divisions, those areas that are, in this case, might be park deficient. So even though there may be a park located close by, I think overall, if it was determined that it might be best suited to be utilized as a park, it would be because that area continues to be park deficient.
So we're going to use like a notional idea, not a practical. So I'll walk you through a theory, right? There's a parking lot, convert it to a park, and if you walk like 100 meters down the street, you'd find yourself in a massive other park, and yet we would still go ahead with that because the area is quote-unquote parkland deficient, without taking into consideration the immediate context.
Well, I think that's a theoretical example, through you, Madam Speaker, so I can't comment on that specifically. I think we, certainly in terms of making recommendations around utilization of parking lots for other uses, we work with our divisions to determine where the needs are and create a priority of those needs. And again, this report is not recommending any particular decisions at this point, just further work from staff.
Are there any parking lots near subways that are being looked at in the report?
Yeah, there are parking lots
Which
near
one?
subways that are being looked at.
Which subway?
Well, there are a number of transit, we looked at all of the, we were also directed through you, Madam Speaker, to look at transit stations and parking lots adjacent to all the transit stations.
Okay, did you at least use Google Street View just to check to make sure the utilization rates were accurate? So like, one that might say utilization rate is low or something to do with construction or whatever. But if you go on Google Street View, the place is jammed. Jammed. Did anyone check? Anyone go?
Okay, that was your last question.
Well, I think what we did through you, Madam Speaker, was to we out of the 89 lots that were that we looked in more detailed, 60 of those were in an MTSA zone, so 68%, and so we looked at those in further detail as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Chang, you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you just confirm that the city is, in an ongoing basis, looking at the utilization of parking lots to determine if some should be surplused for alternative uses? Is that an active strategy that's happening?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what I would say is that what we were directed to do, Councillor, is to look at the entire parking portfolio with a view to seeing which lots could be repurposed and to develop a strategy around that. In this case, we excluded lots that were already council direction to be looked at for alternate uses. I think there were 56 of those. And then we were left with, after a process of elimination, about 89 lots, and then those lots were analyzed against performance, both utilization and profitability. And from that process, we've narrowed the list down to 21, of which 10 we are continuing to look at. So I would say, following the adoption of this report, if council so chooses, that this would be the lots that we'd be looking at, and I wouldn't say that we would be looking at lots on an ongoing basis unless directed by council further.
But this is an approach that we've used for shelters and now for housing and for these potential projects that are before us.
That is correct. I would also add that I think in the past, council has directed for us to look at parking lots for other uses without any framework. I think we're trying to establish a framework through this report.
Is our city growing?
I'm not sure I'm the expert on that, but I would say yes.
Yes. Every year we're adding new people to our city by the thousands, it sounds like, right?
I would say so.
Somebody can confirm that. So when we look at a parking lot and we're assessing its performance, are we predicting what the future growth and need of that parking lot might be? So we're looking at last year's performance, let's say, and let's say the performance isn't very good, but maybe there's a secondary plan coming, a future subway station coming, maybe there is future growth that is coming that would change the usage of that parking lot. Is that at all examined when we're determining usage of a site?
I think that that is not something that we would look at CRATO. I do think that we do now have a citywide parking strategy that council will have before it that will create a framework again to look at those decisions. But I'll ask my colleague at the Toronto Parking Authority to add any other further thoughts.
Through the Speaker, as part of the recommendations from the parking framework,
There will be work done to look at the inventory of parking that's available across the city. And then we can zero in community by community as to, where there's a surplus of parking and where there's an area that's deficient. That'll then help inform decisions about investing in new locations.
But in the past, when we've decided to take parking lots offline due to usage, has there been a future state consideration when we've surplus those lots, or have they solely been based on most recent usage?
Typically, we've been looking at previous usage, historical.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we have a lot on our agenda, so if we don't want to come back tomorrow. Okay, Councillor Holiday, do you want to speak on this? Okay, go ahead.
I wish we still had these sent in paper because I'd love to rip it up, crumple it into a ball. I'm furious about this report. And never mind, the rant about war in the car, just how quickly can we tear up parking lots? I mean, look at some of the correspondence that goes with this. People value some of those lots. They're important for some of the local businesses. They're important around the subway stations. There's value in this real estate. But what really, really bothers me, and this is part number 2 of an earlier conversation at council, is about the parkland at the corner of Martin Grove and Eglinton. I think most people understand if the city's going to come in and build a community recreation center, they're building it as a public asset for the community. It's something that is mildly intrusive into the park and serves everybody and probably complements the park. Then we get this radical idea that, can we co-locate a community center in a building? And you might think of a condo, okay, great. But suddenly in this report, it is locate the community center and an apartment building in a park. Since when does the city start building apartment buildings in parks? Well, actually, they approved notionally that last council meeting, but it's going to be the province that's doing it. But in this one here, now Etobicoke Centre has to deal with less parkland. I don't see any replacement clauses here. But on top of that, they're going to put a building. And I get it, they'll monetize the assets, create affordable housing, subsidize the housing. Here's an idea for you. If you're going to build a premium building in a premium location overlooking a park with, a government-funded recreation center in the base of the building, what a great amenity if you live there. Maybe you should charge a premium for the rent. I don't think that's how it's going to pan out. But I am not happy about this. This is not right. And this is opening up another precedent that I think this council should pay attention to. Who else's parkland is now targeted to put apartment buildings into? By the way, the shadow casts north into the park. There's a whole bunch of sports fields there. So the shadow will go onto those sports fields. I know the spot. And it's in a roundabout way in this report. And I don't like reading it there. And when people see the plans for that, I think they're not going to be happy. They'll be voting no.
Chang.
Thank you. We know that the city is growing, and what is not growing is the amount of land that we have. But I am challenged when we look at our parking asset as something that is dispensable. Of course, there are greater needs, urgent needs, and it's really easy to choose parking as a sacrificial lamb. But as we move forward and in consideration of future opportunities to leverage parking, I just want us to take a second thought and think about the projected growth of our city and the desire that we might have to build vibrant, new neighborhoods across our city where economic development is supported by parking. I know we dream of a day where everyone is on a bike, on higher order transit, maybe we'll be on hoverboards one day, but at this moment in time, Many people that we hope to draw to our city come from the greater GTA, the greater Horseshoe, and they are visiting our city, many of them in cars. I myself am a kid that grew up in Brampton, and I drove downtown, parked at Kensington Market Parkade. St. Clair has a great parkade, Esplanade, and the waterfront. These are important assets that were part of my childhood growing up and coming to the city of Toronto. So I just hope that we have a sober look whenever we're trying to surplus parking, to think about projected growth, to think about what do we dream for this neighborhood before we just sell it and convert it to another use. I just came back from Korea. Korea has far better transit than the city of Toronto could ever dream of. It might take us 50, 80 years to get there. Maybe we'll never get there. And despite the fact that they have very high transit use, they are still building new parking capacity. They're not just surplusing their parking. So I know we have very strong Transform TO goals. We want everyone on the transit system, but I think we also need to be realistic about how much adoption we can achieve while continuing to strengthen the opportunity for economic development as our city grows. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks. And I just want to assure you, Councillor Cheng, that I don't think anything's moving here willy-nilly into places where there's a lot of growth. This is a well-thought-out plan. As a matter of fact, in the previous council, in places where there was existing growth and lots of economic development, councillors were just putting these parking lots on to get redeveloped, even without looking at anything about them. And why I'm supporting this today is because it's very important that we have an orderly plan to look at the lots. I don't think that it makes sense for us to be, Parking Authority was set up to bring revenue into the city and for having places for people to park. I have this little booklet somebody got me at a secondhand store. It's a 1956 municipal handbook that talks about the Parking Authority having been set up to make sure that Torontonians have a place to park. So that's number one job. Number two, bring revenues into the city. That's why we have a dividend from the Parking Authority. But there are lots out there that had been purchased for whatever reason and however they were, that actually we are subsidizing those lots. They are negative revenue. We actually are paying money, or our Parking Authority is paying money. So rather than me saying, oh, I think I'd like housing at X place, let's put that on the list to build it, there's going to be an orderly process that says, here's the criteria for these lots to get on the list. And that is non-performing. We're paying for them, negative revenue, not in a growth area. And that to me is the most important thing. Councillors that haven't been on council before don't realize this is a continuum. This isn't a new report. We actually asked, please give us a process where we know what's being brought forward isn't somewhere that's bringing in $500,000 a year to the Parking Authority, or that you're going to be taking away hundreds and like 600 parking spots. Those were being dropped in for whatever reason by city staff, by councillors. That day should be over. The day that we need is, here's where parking is important in our city, and I agree with you, Councillor Cheng. You have a ward that's bursting at the seams. To take a high-yield lot, to take a lot that's doing well in a growth area and say, we're going to put that on, that would be a mistake. To have a lot that for years has not been performing at all, which we've been paying for everything and has been losing money, that might be a good idea, because we do have some of this land and we can make it available. Please be reassured that by putting this on now, doesn't mean you're waking up tomorrow with a development there. It doesn't. These are now going on, but if we were to ask for what's the trajectory to actually have something built there, that's a different story. I have a lot that was being surplus for development in 2016. They're very complicated because it's a complicated developer deal. Still, we're waiting for something to go there. So this is just, here's the parameters, here's places that we can look at because we need locations, and we've agreed that we want to build affordable housing. This is one way to do it, but don't put the high yield lots on. Don't put the parking for the hospital or the civic center on if that's a demand. Look where the demand is and decide what's reasonable and financially makes sense. I certainly support this approach, and let's just get on with that. For the first time, having an orderly manner in which to add parking lots onto a surplus list. We have not had it by taking all these factors into account, and I thank you so much, Councillor Burnside, for your support on this.
Recorded vote. And then do we have Councillor Thompson's motion?
Still working on it. We're still working on it. We're almost ready. Not ready. We had some system failure speaking. That was weird. And I told you that happened. And I told you that happened. You probably wouldn't have believed it. See? It's really bizarre.
Councillor Myers, can you please turn on your camera?
We'll get it. Affirmative.
Mayor Chow in the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Candeville, can you please turn your camera on? Councillor Candeville, if you're present in the meeting, please turn on your camera. And Councillor Crisanti, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you.
They should have their cameras on all the time if they're part of this council meeting.
Councillor Moyes, can you please have your vote verbally? In favor, thank you.
If they're part of the council meeting, they should have their camera on all day long.
The item carries. The vote is 19-2.
It's not right that they don't have their cameras on and just turn their cameras on when they have to vote. That's not participating in the council sessions. Like it's just infrastructure and environment, i.e. 22.1. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
I have motions here. I don't have questions.
Okay, this is automated vehicle pilot deployment in Toronto.
Yes. There are some motions.
Do you have a motion?
Yes. I was going to quick release
hold on,
it.
yeah, I forgot. Any questions to staff? This is an IE 22.1. Vehicle pilot. Anybody? No? Does anybody want to speak? Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, I do want to speak, and this could have been quick, but we're here on it now. So the motions that the staff have been working on for myself and Councillor Sachs are here for us to vote on. Very quickly, there they are. And it just really has to do, this is a provincial pilot or provincial process where they, through Magna, with a new company they've created, will be allowing these automated vehicles for delivery in certain wards. Not my ward. I believe there's 5 of them. And there are issues there that we flagged at committee, and I want to thank Councillor Sachs for her incisive research into all of this, and also members of the community that were very active around the sidewalk Google approach in Toronto for looking at the data that will be captured by this project, because much of it is data capture. And the other concern is the facial recognition feature on these delivery vehicles. They have the right to get the full face. Apparently they need to know if you're crossing the street, which way your eyes are going. I'll remind everybody on this council that there was either a use for a certain period of time by Toronto Police, and then that use was removed by the TPS, supported by this council, for facial recognition, that we are not allowing that, even our police force, to use facial recognition. But this pilot is going to be having facial recognition, and those data, that data from that pilot will be shared through this new corporation that Magna has set up, and also will be sent to Michigan for them to review it there. There's a spin-off company that was set up by Magna for this program. It's not the Magna that we would know. It's a separate corporation. They do, I believe, have an operation for this corporation in the States, and I'm concerned that that facial recognition data will be sent to Michigan. We have no control over that. So our committee, city does not have any real control over the data, but we do have privacy commissioners that should be giving advice on this, both at the federal level and at the provincial level, and we should know what kind of data is being collected on our residents in this so-called benign project of delivering pizzas or whatever else is going to be delivered by these robots. And also to really understand, do we in the city, what control do we have in the gathering of this data or the oversight? But we do need to be very clear that these are our streets. There are residents in the city of Toronto. This is a provincially mandated program where they are overriding everything in the city. So our appeal is to the Privacy Commissioner in Ontario, the Federal Privacy Commissioner, as to whether this oversteps the bounds of consent and the normal bounds that we would have in the City of Toronto when we're dealing with citizen data, which is an ongoing frontier, but we do need to have our oar in the water that this is not something that we support. We don't have facial recognition and we're not using that for our own police force. How can we support that going to Magna International, new spin-off corporation, going to Michigan, and who the heck knows how that would be used there? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
I want to thank Councillor Fletcher for her motions. This is really important to the people of Davenport. All of Davenport is included in this pilot. Very dense streets, which were very challenging just for snow clearing earlier this year because of the sizes of the sidewalks, the built form. We have multiple streetcar routes, bus routes. We have priority bus lanes coming on Dufferin. and just a huge density of people, numbers of schools. This is going to be really significant. We should have had, and we should have more autonomy and more of a role to play in the use of city streets. And to have all of this be done and for private corporate gain is very concerning. We have no data governance around this, how to protect people's personal data. The autonomy that people should have with respect to how they move around the world is missing, and the information being collected and stored, and then it's going to be used. There is monetization as you collect data, and that should be something that we have a hand in here as well. Finally, you know, the idea that robots will do everything for us is a really scary prospect to me. At a time when we have so many people in the city that are unemployed, and we have a crisis of youth unemployment that we haven't seen in decades. This is a really bad idea to begin with, but at the very least, let's put in the guardrails to make sure that we're protecting the public interest.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. These robot cars are going to be headquartered in my ward without our consent. And I do want anyone who sees this car to know that it is photographing your face for their profit. If you see this car, you have the right to complain to the Federal Privacy Commissioner's office. I have spoken to the Federal Privacy Commissioner's office. They recognize that this entire project raises major privacy concerns, and it will be helpful to them to get detailed complaints. They're set up, we're going to write to them from a policy point of view, but they are set up to analyze these issues on the basis of individual complaints. So if you see this robot car, knowing that it is filming your face without your consent and that you will have no say as to what they do with that image, I encourage you, complain to the Federal Privacy Commissioner. It's very easy to do online. It will be helpful if they get many complaints. This has been foisted on us by the provincial government. They didn't come to committee. Magna didn't come to committee. Magna refused to answer my questions. They refused to provide any letter of commitment to the city. We have absolutely no line of sight into the data they're going to gather. We have no guarantee that what data they're going to share. They're not following the city's requests on safety, on congestion, and they're creating enormous privacy risks. So this is yet another terrible thing that the Ford government is foisting on the City of Toronto in an area which is our jurisdiction, and the only response we have is for every person who sees the thing, file a federal privacy complaint. Please do.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. My ward is also part of this pilot area, and I share the same concerns that you've heard from others. I just want to talk to you about sort of an otherworldly experience I had. I had the great good luck of getting the people at Magna to answer my phone call and agree to talk to me. It was really weird. I asked them some questions like, have you ever run this on a street where there might be a crossing guard? Their answer was no. Have you ever run this in the rain or the snow? Their answer was no. Have you ever run this in a place that has multiple traffic signs? Their answer was no. I asked them, what do you do if your delivery is in a place where there's a driveway? They said, oh, we're going to go into driveways. I said, will you cross bike lanes to get into driveways? And they said, are there bike lanes in your ward? I asked them, could you share a copy of the agreement you have with the provincial government? And they said, we'll get back to you. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't heard. Magna, if you're out there, please, I'm dying to know. This is literally something that Premier Ford wrote a special regulation on so that a corporation, and here's the thing that you need to know about this, can train its AI. It's not that they have a working prototype and they want to run it out and just see how it does. They are literally using the experience of driving on the City of Toronto streets to develop the technology that they want to be able to sell someday. They are monetizing a public asset, and as Councillor Sachs said, if you see one of these delivery vehicles, and they sort of look, you know, like a little box the size of a big bicycle. If you see one on the streets of the City of Toronto, I think you should take Councillor Sachs's advice and you should file a complaint with the Privacy Commissioner. If you're unsure how to do that, please contact my office.
Nice to see you guys.
The amendment by Councillor Fletcher. Yes, I heard. Yeah, there's two. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, may we have your vote verbally, please? Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please.
If he doesn't vote, he's not here. Yeah,
Councillor
well,
Crisanti, we've closed the vote, but we can take your vote verbally.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 1A carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay. Motion 1B, recorded vote.
And Councillor Crisanti, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Motion 1B carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay, item is amended, on favor, carried.
Affirmative.
Okay, so we'll go back, okay, please quiet. We'll go back to EX 24.2. Councillor Thompson had prepared a motion, and so Councillor Thompson will present his motion, and then we'll vote on the item. Councillor Thompson, your motion.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think staff will put it up in a second.
Pardon?
Staff will put it up.
Okay.
Okay, it is up now. So,
Okay.
Speaker, when I see the term and the notion of omnibus bills, well, it's always challenging. There are many questions that we have with respect to this Bill 17 and its actual impact on us. And I know that there's been conversation and discussions taking place and what have you, but oftentimes those are not sufficient. I simply wanted to move this motion to help the city manager in terms of meeting with the representatives from the Ontario government to really understand the objectives. I mean, obviously, there are, I guess, some elements of positivity, but I have some concerns with respect to Bill 17 as it relates to the impact on this municipality and others, of course, but specifically for the City of Toronto. So I'm simply asking the city manager to have this meeting, report back to council on a roadmap in terms of understanding the clarification, in terms of understanding the overall objective and so on, and that would help us because it does have impact on us, right? And does the province fully understand and appreciate that? I don't know. And so this motion is to help the city manager, obviously, with respect to his discussion and ongoing conversation, hopefully come back to us and help us to have a better sense of understanding what the potential impacts are with respect to Bill 17. So I move this motion for that particular purpose.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So we'll vote on Councillor Thompson's motion first. On favor? Carried. Now, Councillor Holiday has asked. Right. Councillor Holiday has asked that we vote on recommendation 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 separately. So we'll vote on those recommendations first. Okay? 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Councillor Holiday wants to vote on those recommendations separately. So we'll vote on that first and then we'll vote on the remainder. Okay? Okay? Can we do it like all of those at the same time? Yeah, okay. Okay, recorded vote. Why don't you give one of those top things to the mayor? We are voting on recommendation 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 of the report.
Councillor Matlow and Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Crisanti, your vote verbally, please.
Affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you. Parts 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 of the item carry. The vote is 19-1.
Okay, so now on the remainder of the recommendations, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, we're done that one. All right. So we'll go to the next one, which is IE 22.2, a strategic parking framework for the City of Toronto. The mayor held the item down. Do we have any questions to staff? If you can put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Cheng, you have questions. Okay.
Parking.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the city is looking at a strategy to address the many challenges that are putting pressure on our parking. I'm wondering, is there a conflict between Transform TO in terms of trying to get everyone out of cars versus trying to support people in cars?
Speaker, I wouldn't describe that as a conflict. I think Transform TO certainly has goals and fairly aggressive ones for making sure that most trips are made by walking, cycling, and transit, but we also recognize that a lot of people choose to get around the city driving, and that we have to look at neighborhoods and be more strategic about how we plan for, manage, and price parking. So that's why we brought forward a strategic parking strategy so that we could start that conversation.
That's great to hear. And I see here there's some big moves, including managing parking on an area basis, tracking parking data, price and reinvest in sustainable mobility. I'm just wondering, do we have a count of all the parking spots in our city? Do we know the mix of private and public parking?
Speaker, we don't, and we have some sense, and it depends on who owns and manages the parking. We have pretty good records with regard to our on-street residential permit parking, which this report does not cover. I know the TPA has reasonably good inventory about their parking, but there's other parking resources in the city, and one of the things that we aim to do as part of this work is to get not only a good inventory, but also utilization. So how are people using those parking spaces in neighborhoods so that we can get a better understanding of that relationship?
So when I was in the city of Taipei, they have a city app where I can see available parking spots that are available or taken, both private and public, through smart sensor technology. Do you see us progressing in that direction where we would have some way to track usage of all parking spots in our city, private or public, through the use of technology?
So I'll start. One of the things that we did as a foundation to this strategy was to cast a pretty wide look at other cities and other jurisdictions across the world. So we have, I think, a fairly good sense of where we want to improve, and then also where we need to do some additional work. So I think technology is a key piece of that. I don't know, Jeff, if you have anything from TPA's perspective in terms of how quickly we're going to get there. But for on-street, certainly understanding our inventory and utilization is a foundational step of being able to move to technology solutions.
Yeah, I would just add that Toronto Parking Authority has been prototyping the use of pucks in the ground, both on street and in our Green P lots, which are then tied into our Green P app. And so the user is actually able to see whether or not there's high, medium, or low usage. The accuracy will improve over time as we continue to learn and test, but we are already experimenting with this.
So I know when I go to Yorkdale, I can see which spot is available, which isn't. So they already have that technology. And do you see a day where our city would be able to take all the existing data from our private and public lots and be able to create an interface where travelers coming to the city could easily see where they could find parking?
I think that vision, I think we share that vision, Councillor. I see that there are a number of steps to take between now and there to get there, and I do think for the commercial parking lots like Yorkdale, they have pretty excellent data, I believe, on their parking resource. It's incumbent on them to do so. But I think to be more customer focused and help people, guide people to parking, not only makes their journey less frustrating, but also reduces congestion because you have fewer people circling the block looking for spots.
Great, I'm glad to hear it's a shared goal. This particular strategy, I'm seeing that it doesn't really talk about, estimating what our parking capacity might need to grow into as our city grows. Is that something that we should be looking at since our city is growing and we do hope to foster stronger economic activity across our city, especially in new areas of density where we hope to also draw more visitors to?
Speaker, I'd agree that we probably haven't done that citywide comprehensively. I think this is a sort of reasonable first step, but I also think that some of the work that goes on when we are growing areas of the city through our partners in city planning and with economic development can help to sort of round out that picture. So I do think there's more work to be done. This strategy does not look citywide at where that capacity needs to be. And I do think it's very neighborhood focused about how that actually is optimized.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow.
Ask the staff to look at improving parking signs and report back with some kind of design options. That's the first one. And the second one is temporary on-street visitor parking, to develop options for parking permits in areas that already have permit parking, including proof of payment options which do not require printing. I'm sure that we can use our phone app. Right now you have to print something out on the temporary parking. If the staff can put up a sign, if you have it, put it up. If not, I'll just talk about it. Some locations have 4 or 5 different signs with different dates and timelines. And if you're just standing there, you're looking at what does it actually mean? How does it actually work? And I think it's important that the staff simplified parking signage so that, for example, Los Angeles have a pretty simplified, if you look at it, if I ask you at 9 a.m. on a Friday, what does it mean? Or can you load passenger on Friday, for example? If it is 9 p.m., are you able, 8 p.m., are you able to load passenger? Can you stop? It's pretty difficult. You may have to look at it for a while before you understand what it's talking about. So let's work with the BIA. Let us see if we can simplify some of the signs so it's clear. Some of you are still looking at it, but you haven't figured it out yet? It takes a while. Anyway, that's my 2 motions in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. This is requesting General Manager of Transportation Services in collaboration with Chief Planner, City Planning and Economic Development and Culture, as well as TPA, to determine how to create city parking capacity in new areas of density to support economic development and visitors, and in consultation with local councillors, identify areas where it is needed with a report back to Infrastructure and Environment in Q3 2026. As I've mentioned before, parking is very important, especially in the outer burbs and in particular new areas of density. I have a whole new city that's going to come out of the ground at Yonge and Steeles. And, when I think about the important role that parking lots have played in my visits to Toronto growing up and how I have contributed to the economic fabric of the city, I want all the new areas of density to thrive from an economic development perspective. We want new mini cities that are popping up, that they will have their own cultural destinations. But to support that, we have to believe that there are many people that we want to draw to these areas that don't take transit or can't take transit. People who want to visit from Hamilton or Brampton or Mississauga. Not everyone can transit to all the pockets of our city. So this is just asking staff to add one more piece to the strategic plan to take a look at how our city can support these new areas of density in terms of providing city parking capacity. And I thank all the staff as well as fellow councillors who have cooked this delicious stew. In fact, many people have added elements, and I thank you for your support.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Sure.
Mayor Cha,
if your mom and dad come and visit you and need to park, and then you buy a parking permit for them, like ticket for them, do you by chance have a printer? Do you have all your friends that have printer? Because I know there are a lot of people that don't have printers.
No, we in the past we just used the machine.
Right. The problem right now is that you are not able, you need to own a printer in order to print the ticket.
Oh, do you mean for a
you need
street
to,
visitor
if
permit parking?
if you need a permit, You print it off, then they can put it in the dash of their car.
Right.
And a lot of people don't have printer.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the problems that people now face. So.
Yes, there's actually parking lots now that just read license plates. You don't even have to log into anything. In Taiwan, I experienced this. You just drive in, you drive out, it read your license plate, and they mail you the bill or email it to you, and then you pay online. So there could actually be a paperless and even processless process where you don't have to do anything. You just show up, park, leave, and then you pay digitally.
We should do the same for visitors parking also.
Yes, we have lots to learn if we scan around the world.
Yeah, thank you. So this includes the chief planner and executive director city planning. Could one of the solutions be actually to restore some of the minimum required parking rates in new developments to resolve your concern?
So I don't think so, because while that piece is important, I think to the importance, for example, when I want to have great Italian food, I visit St. Clair and Yonge and I park on the parkade there. I don't park in the visitor parking of a residential building. So there are some important parkades in our city that have supported vibrancy at Kensington Market, at the waterfront, at St. Clair and Yonge, the Esplanade, St. Lawrence Market, and as we build out new areas of density, we have to think that some of these pockets of our city will also be host to that kind of vibrancy that we want to draw people to.
So did you vote for the item, like 2 items back, on leveraging city assets? Or they want to fill in parking lots, but then motion is asking
Councillor Holiday, that's not clarification of the motion.
If I can finish my question, is that not in conflict with what's being put forward here to dispose of, and this is suggesting create new?
So I have talked to staff, and moving forward, I think we have to think about how we support growth. I've never hidden my passion to support the importance of parking, but I also support staff when they make decisions that have been council-led. So yes, there is, I guess, if you want to think about, maybe there is a bit of a conflict in terms of the principle, but I think I'm asking staff that in their future assessments of surplusing parking, that they look at potential future usage and not just present usage. So sure. I'm focusing in on the areas of growth, because we know there's many of us councillors, we have new cities that are just going to pop out of the ground wherever there's a new transit station being planted, and all of those new MTSAs are going to draw people, but we want to draw more than just those who can come on transit.
Okay, but this is a really important fine point in clarification.
Yes.
Are you proposing to supplement parking for residences in these areas of growth with public parking facilities?
No.
Or is it only the businesses?
It's to support economic development, but we should also recognize that we have a dearth of visitor parking coming to our new builds. We know that a lot of new buildings, I have some 500 units, and they only offer 7 visitor parking. We know it won't be enough. And in fact, I did have one developer say, charge me a parking levy, and I would rather you, the city, build the visitor parking. I don't want to build it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually have a few motions. I'll cover them very quickly. The first is, I think that the city's parking provision standards should integrate into this particular parking strategy. So, on one hand, council just chopped off the requirement for parking in a lot of new developments and continues to whittle away, frankly, at it. So I don't know how we could let that stand and then also execute a parking strategy that attempts to address shortages of parking, apparently. The second one is to affirm that the absence or provision of on-street parking is a defining characteristic of individual neighborhoods and a factor in the design of the streets and their maintenance. The next one is that City Council direct that the parking strategy be used to reduce barriers to public amenities, including civic centers, libraries, recreation and community centers, arenas, parks, and arts and cultural facilities. The next motion is that City Council affirm the availability of parking is of critical importance to businesses and to residents, affecting employment opportunities and quality of life to all, including seniors and families. And finally, that City Council recognize that the availability of parking is linked to the cost of living and the cost of doing business and to productivity. So, Speaker, I'm very interested in parking because parking is such an important component of our society. It really dictates the ability for people to utilize automobiles to move around. And a lot of people know I love public transit. I use it a lot. But I do also drive. And I'm alarmed by a lot of the decisions that council has made over time. It's created impacts to parking, but that then translates to the impacts to quality of life and impacts to businesses. And I am torn about this, this body of work that's before us. And here's where I rest. This has great potential to solve issues that we have in the city. But in the wrong hands, a parking strategy such as this can be used to increase the cost and reduce the availability of parking to residents. And I don't trust council with it. And we talked a lot about trust. And I have to go back on previous records. This very same council meeting, we're talking about filling in parking lots. In other council meetings, there's all sorts of barriers that are thrown up. And in the report, it even talks about looking at parking lots at libraries and at civic centers and so on. If there is any thread in there that suggests that we might start to charge for parking or eliminate parking at those, we begin to eliminate the participation by some people within our city. And I can't allow that. I simply cannot. I don't really care for there's no perfection in the system that we have today, but the potential for this to be made worse over time in the hands of a council that is pursuing removing the availability of parking is something that I cannot support. So I think these motions are important statements by council. You agree or disagree, but they will go down into history and they will dictate policies going forward, but they will also tell people what council thinks of parking and why, whether or not they think it's important in the city. And I think that will inform where this parking strategy goes as it becomes operationalized in the details over time. Thank you, Speaker.
These aren't decisions, these are opinions.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, you're ready to make a motion?
Yes, I am moving that we stop at 6 o'clock and take a break to 6:30. We'll come back and try to finish the agenda. However, let us revisit where things are at 8 or 8:30 and check into people's energy level. If we cannot finish the 15 items left, then we'll have to come back. But let's try to finish it tonight, okay? So my motion is to take a break at 6 and come back at 6:30.
Okay, on the motion by Mayor Chow, on favor, carried. Thank you. So now, Councillor Burnside, you're up next to speak. You don't want to speak? Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, to speak.
I do have this, I have a motion that I've here because this was definitely it's one motion here in front of you. Take out this that we would be putting rates at all city-owned street parking lots that currently provide free parking for parks, community centers, libraries, and arenas. So one of the ideas was to make people pay to go to the library, make people pay to go to the community center, to go to the park, and that's not the intention of the parking strategy. That is, just gets people upset. So that's one motion, and the second motion actually has to do with what we heard from the Accessibility Committee, and I don't know if Councillor Myers is on. Sorry, this is another one here. A consistent policy for grace periods for religious holidays. So right now, there's a situation where, let's say for the mosque on the Danforth, that Friday afternoons, if there's any problem, they get a ticket, whereas on Sunday mornings or Sunday, if there's a grace period complete for the United Church just a few blocks away. So this is trying to be sensitive to the many different religious organizations and faiths that we have in the city, whether they're faithful on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, that we take that into account. And this is asking the police to do that. And then the last one has to do with the Accessibility Committee of the city's Accessibility Committee, which is chaired by Councillor Myers, and asking the General Manager of Transportation to just integrate all of these issues around parking considerations when we're looking at moving spaces around or putting drop-offs in, to recognize or removing drop-offs, that there are many people that require on a differently abled, and they have different ways that they're coming to and from these places. So here it is, getting the guidelines done, and that is from that committee. So this is kind of a long time coming, the parking strategy. I know there were some attempts to be able to have communado everywhere in the city, and I understand that that is something that isn't as easy as we thought it could be. But perhaps we'll come back. We have asked to say, could you come back and find out ways that even in areas that don't have permit parking, that somehow we're able to let people who don't own a vehicle have a vehicle. And I think if we're talking, I heard somebody say those three words, that was you, Councillor Holiday, the war on the car. The war in the car is never being able to have or run a car. And right now, the only way you can get a car share is in probably only 8 or 9 wards in the city of Toronto. So we do have to crack that nut, and we've asked to have something come back after that. I don't think we should, Councillor Holiday, I know you supported all my motions there on the AI, but I'm not going to be able to support all of your motions on the parking framework. This has been a long-established discussion that we've had here. The staff have asked for a couple of amendments, particularly around faith-based parking, because we didn't take that into consideration. And then the faith-based parking, the accessible parking, and the other motion that I'd made there. So these might look like motherhood motions, but there's always the worry that a motherhood motion really has something in it that when we go talk about this again, someone will say, but we voted that way. So I'd rather just respect the professional work of our staff on this, because this is not the first rodeo for this particular piece, and not get ourselves contained with 5 or 6 different motions that may look like they're helpful, but at the end of the day might not be. If they're reasonable and common sense, well, that's how this policy will roll out itself.
Okay,
So there you go.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so this grace period, is this for legally parked cars?
No, it's not. You know what it's for? It's for the, what it's for is, I'm just going to go again with my suggestion that at the mosque on Friday, there's paid parking.
Right.
Somebody might be a little bit longer inside, and now they have a big ticket. So just be mindful that some religions, some faiths have free parking. Every Sunday morning is still free parking everywhere in the city.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
So
but
it's not like parking on the
it's for
sidewalk or parking
Yeah.
in the middle of the road.
Okay, so it's legally parked, the meter's just expired.
Yes, that's really what a grace period is. It's legally.
Okay, I just want, that's why I'm clarifying, Councillor.
No, I really appreciate you clarifying that and giving me the chance to
Okay.
say that again.
Okay, no, I really
Because
appreciate
that's
that.
been a long-standing issue, and I have had, well, I've had requests from the mosque about that, and I'm sensitive to that, as well as in Eastminster Church, which has free parking Sunday morning. The Saturday afternoon is the,
Okay, so
the
for
synagogues
clarification,
in
yeah,
there.
sure.
Yeah.
So, well, no, Saturday mornings, I think most people pay 8 a.m. in the morning, and actually, am I not mistaken, but do people not pay for parking on Sunday mornings in some,
No.
in some areas of the city?
no, not paid parking, no.
Not
No.
what?
No green P parking from 9 to 1, anywhere where there's green P. And that's, well, that is where there's a church or a religious institution, they're not paying.
At Green P?
On the street, on-street parking, on-street green P parking, on, let's say, Gerrard or Danforth, for those hours, because there are churches there, that's always been no payment, forever.
And what sort of grace period are you thinking?
Well, not to think, oh my God, this is going to be great. Friday afternoon, I can give a lot of tickets out at the mosque, because you know how that works better than I do.
Well, I hope it's not a rush hour route, but what type of?
Well, sorry, on the Danforth, if it's rush
Sorry.
hour, that would be illegally parked, Councillor.
Okay,
This
but,
is in where you have your
okay, but so
payment.
what's the grace period? I'm still trying to understand what you're thinking, because that's kind of
a
important.
grace
Is it 15
period.
minutes?
Oh,
Is it an hour?
thank you. Yes, the police, the Toronto Police Service have an operational manual that the chief has, that he
Okay.
gives to parking
It's
enforcement.
10 minutes normally, but what are you thinking to extend it?
Just thinking, just don't make that your honey hole for tickets on Friday afternoon. You know
So
what I mean?
it's not about a grace period, it's about not going there at all for any.
Well,
I'm
you
just trying to
can,
understand the
somebody's there
period.
for an hour after that,
Okay,
I think so. But a grace period, the police have the ability to have a grace period, which they don't always operationally
So-
apply. That's what that request is.
But you-
But you know better than anybody
Okay.
what that is.
That was your last
Former Constable
Okay,
Burnside.
Councillor Fletcher. Mayor Chow, you have a question to Councillor Fletcher?
Regarding parking, let's say, in the community center, keeping it free, which is good.
Yes,
A library. Because sometimes other folks that are not going to the library or the community center may come in and take up all the space. So the community center really wouldn't have anyone, they wouldn't be able to park in the community center. So because it's free, they take it over. Is there any opportunity to issue something, I don't know, so that those spaces are really protected for people that are using the
yes.
community, using city services?
that's quite possible, that if you're going to the community center, that you would have something that would be in your windshield that you're at the community center. That's not for me to decide, but it's a good idea to make sure. I know on Queen Street for Jimmy Simpson, it's people who are generally going there. People are usually pretty good. For Ashbridges Bay, for other large parks, they don't want to be paying all the time. Park that isn't right on the main street, those are the only people going there. So
Right.
they don't really want to pay for
Right.
something their taxes. is
So
paid for.
maybe when the staff report back, they could consider how to regulate it a bit better, perhaps?
Yes.
One other question.
Especially places, Mayor, that are close to other things where you might want to visit, but many of these locations aren't that close to other things.
That's right, that's right. Councillor Holliday had a series of motion that seems to be vague.
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah.
And some of which may or may not be true, because it depends on how you interpret them. Because there's many ways to measure productivity, for example. So he also has one that deal with community centers and arenas. What's the difference? I think
And
recommendation
which,
3.
sorry, did you say arenas? Yes, arenas, parks, arts and culture. Mm-hmm.
So yours basically keep it 3.
Yes.
Thank you.
So if
Thank
you're
you.
going to the arena on Bermondsey, which I know about, or Leaside Arena, there, which Councillor Burnside knows all about, then that parking is free. But you're not staying there all day because you go to your game, play the game, take all the equipment in, and back out. So that's just reasonable, that nobody's parking there for hours and hours and hours.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, so I appreciate the spirit of the motion on free parking. That maintains existing facilities that are free. The mayor asked about the difference between my motion that reduces barriers, but I wonder, Councillor Fletcher, how you'd interpret the following scenario. The new Etobicoke Civic Centre, which has a library and a civic center function, if I recall, a community center and some childcare, is really close to Kipling subway station. So I wondered if there's a way to encourage people to visit the Civic Center if they have to drive, but not stay all day long. So, you know, could you imagine a scenario where the first hour is 25 cents? Then if you stay 4 or 5 hours, well, there's some interesting questions about what you're doing there, and maybe that costs a little bit more. So the idea of reducing barriers to access these places is paramount. And what would you do for other places that don't have free parking in the spirit of your motion here?
Well, I guess, Councillor, that's why I'm not going to support all your motions. I appreciate the spirit you're doing them in, but for those things, a childcare center usually has a pick-up and drop-off facility.
Maybe.
The same as a school. That's usually 10 or 15 minutes. You're taking your kid in, you're picking your kid up at the end of the day. There's a turnover there. You can say parking 1 hour maximum without paying.
Okay.
There might be at the new Civic Center here, we have parking for certain city staff that's covered, and we have vehicles that are required to be parked here. We also have parking in the Green Pea for people that want to visit City Hall and do business or do other things. So I don't want to say everything here, but I think that all of those functions for your new Etobicoke Civic Center, that you should be working with staff on what that's going to look like. But generally, if you're going to the library for an hour or 15 minutes anywhere, there's different kinds of parking all in the same place. With vis-a-vis Nathan Phillips Square has many different kinds of parking. It has drop-off on Bay, it has parking for staff underground, it has parking for the public to pay in the large Green Pea. So many different methods, but in general, when you're going to Centennial Park, I don't know at the moment if people have to pay to go there and have a game or play, go swimming or do whatever. I doubt they do, but sometimes we've tried that and said, we're going to put paid parking for a park. And that just annoys people because now you're giving out tickets while they're trying to have a good time.
Sure,
It's
they won't
just,
go.
do you have park? I can't ask you questions, but I'm assuming there's not a
Okay.
lot of
You
paid
support
parking.
Thank you, thank you. That's it for the questions. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's recess till 6:30. You know, we have to get this agenda finished. Okay, let's vote. Let's put the motions on the screen and vote. Okay, so if you want to speak, then we'll break then. Okay, Councillor Burnside, put your name on the list and So that, no, it's not on the list. Not on mine. Oh, he came and then he said he didn't want to speak.
Okay, I can be very
Well,
quick.
the thing is, we're dragging this on.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Madam Speaker, I cannot support Councillor Fletcher's motion simply because, if anything, we should be charging for parking on Sunday. I looked at the average time at the mosque, it's 40 minutes to 1 hour. The synagogue, it's a maximum of 2 hours. And at church, it's 1, 2, 3 hours, I don't know. But the point is, all meters will take 2 hours. And so there shouldn't be an extension. And none of the religious institutions actually pay property taxes as far as I am aware. They already get that break. People shouldn't be driving. We're trying to get people out of cars, not encourage them to get into cars, so they too can pay like everyone else. Let's cut out the free parking on Sunday mornings as opposed to expanding free parking. We all know we need the money. Thank you.
Motions on the screen. I think we have to vote when we come back because there's a lot of motions. Let's recess to 6:30.